Welcome back to our live stream, APT Live. We're back for the final table of the Goliath. I think we have to say it like that, don't we?
The Goliath.
The Goliath. Aiden Glenn, Harvey Silver with you here. We've got our final 9.
As you can see on the screen there, it does look, we got Daniel Hashem sitting right in the middle. The players are lining up to get their photo taken. A stacked table. Lachlan Crilly comes in from the right-hand side.
Oh my God, what a fucking multi.
A couple of players still making their way up there.
Yeah, Liam Jahu as well. Beautifully equally stacks Harvey. This one is going to be an absolute battle for the trophy.
Our mate Jack Ramsdale is there, the big pom.
Jack Ramsden.
Ramsden, I should say. Yeah. He's got a big stack too. Short stack on this table will be Daniel Hashem. As the guys have their photo taken, make their way down to their seats. So, as I say, welcome back to the stream, or if you're joining us for the first time, welcome today. Harvey Silver, Aiden Glenn, down here in the bunker behind the feature table as we're getting ready for play in the Goliath.
As the players see it, I'm sure they'll be across into us, and we're going to welcome you to one of the Australian Poker Tour's most prestigious events. Previously the biggest buy-in that we used to run here prior to the Lord coming along. And there's nothing going to be jam-packed action. Have you got any particular favourites in this field?
Well, I like Jack. There we are.
Yeah, there we
in our
are.
little bunker. I like Jack because
home.
he's been playing every event pretty much here, Jack, and now he's through to a final table of a big one. He's got a big stack. I love Daniel Hashem as a player, but I think he's got a very short stack. I think he's got about 6 blinds, big blinds. So
yeah. There is a challenge there for the Hashem. The cheeky pom is probably definitely my favourite. Liam Jahu, he is also a Queensland boy who's got a lot of skills, winning a lot of trophies. Lachlan Crilly, another Queenslander who's doing absolutely fantastic in there. And a great big field of other players who we will be seeing when the chip counts come and the action does begin.
Lachlan, we saw him involved in a hand just before we got to the final table. That was a really interesting play. He had trip queens on the flop and dragged his opponent along. But when it came to calling the all-in for his tournament life with the trips, he decided to fold them.
Yeah, Lachlan's going to look back on that on the stream during his time away from the table. And he's going to know that if he made that call, he would be by far a chip leader coming into this final table. Unfortunately, wasn't the case, Harvey.
No, but he's still here. So
he is still here, and his tournament is very much alive.
Absolutely. Let's just have a listen to our tournament director.
Good to go. Good luck.
So one of the things that was mentioned there was you're not permitted to watch this stream at the table, even though we are half an hour or so behind.
Yeah. Yeah, 100% there. Been a couple of occasions there. The tournament directors have been very nice and very friendly in regards to just letting the players know about not having that.
All in first hand, Daniel Hashem with the short stack, pair of 6s.
Rip City from Young Hash. All in for 520K.
And he's going to get a call here with the 8s, certainly.
He's a little bit behind. He Chin Chan over the top. And that makes a lot of sense. He's trying to he's isolating the field.
Absolutely. When I said a call, I meant that he's gonna be in a hand. And yeah, clearly he's going over the top. All in. Daniel Hashem at risk here with the 6s.
First hand of the final table, ladies and gentlemen. King 9-5. Couple of diamonds, one club.
He's going to need a 6. Only 2 outs here.
10 of hearts.
Oh, oh. Oh. It's another 5.
Both players 2 pair with a king kicker. Unfortunately, Daniel's off to the rail and he is eliminated in 9th place, getting himself $11,300. Big congrats to young Daniel Hasham there.
Son of Joe. I would predict he'll probably take that 11,300 and put that straight into the entry for the 10,000.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was either the grind. Daniel's already previously won with the Australian Poker Tour. So, guys, want to let you all know we are live with a 30-minute delay on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So feel free to like, share all of our channels here. If you've got any questions, feel free to jump into any one of those chats. Harvey and I can see it all come up here, and throw some fire in the chat for any player that you like here.
For raise 160, 160. C6 fold, C7 fold, C8 fold, C9 fold.
I'm sure, Aiden, the first questions will come up, unless we cover these questions before they even come up, is going to be the prize for first in this massive tournament, $115,000.
Yeah, well, the Goliath always seems to pull a lot of players there, Harvey. 205 entries for a $2,500 buy-in.
So Daniel picked up 11,300 for 9th, and next pay jumps up to 14,000 for 8th.
Yeah, 8th unfortunately not showing on that screen at the moment. As Harvey said, 14,000. Total prize pool is $461,250. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Not bad. Australian poker right now, Harvey, is alive.
If it's the first time you've tuned into the stream this week, we've been going on about the numbers here. Huge number of entries, even in the really big tournaments, 61 entries for the 25K. And we've got a 10,000 buy-in tournament with a 500,000 guarantee that's started on the outside tables already today. We'll be showing you at minimum the final table of that, maybe a little bit more. It just depends on how long this tournament goes for tonight.
Yeah, and it's just come through from our team as well that this prize pool for the Goliath is an Australian Poker Tour record. That $461,250 is the biggest prize pool the Goliaths have seen in the history books of APT.
Yeah. Even you saying that then got it up 10 beats. It's at 75.
Chin Yao Shang, 3-bet his King Jack to 400. Alan Wilson now.
Fucking, it sits, this idle's like 20 beats quicker whenever I play.
Ace-10 suited.
Even just whatever, no, nothing. Yeah. Usually feel pretty relaxed, but I don't know.
Everybody knows that seat allocation, let's go. Ace 3 in
Must
1,
be
10
just like
3, 2
every
10 7 in
flopper.
4, 9 4 diamonds in 4, 9 deuce in
Yeah, he lays that one down, Alan Wilson.
3 and seat 6 a great hand for flips. Seat 8 is the Ethiopian.
So John Peter Roundsu, 5.1 million, dominant chip lead there, right behind Chin Yao Chan.
What is the Ethiopian?
8-3. It's a long
We'll keep you updated with lots of stats all the way through, betting frequencies as well as chip stacks.
Chin Yao Chan is one of the international players here on the Goliath as well.
Actually, no, I could
Sitting
explain it on
in
stream, but it just
seat
wouldn't be
7. I think he's come all the way over from China.
A lot of visitors here, Aiden. A lot of overseas visitors, a lot of Asian players. It's great to see. As you say, poker is alive and well in Australia, and we're seeing it right here at the Bankstown Sports Club in Sydney.
The Other events that we have happening here today, Harvey, is event 15, the Absolute Prestige Cards Grind. Day 1, it's a $1,500 entry. It's a re-entry tournament. And the 2 p.m, the lockout. It's a freeze event. That's event 16, $350 buy-in. The current prize pool, I just want to go back to the Prestige cards. For that is sitting at $93,960.
That only just started. It's only been going for a couple of hours, that one?
It is. And we are looking to go into some coverage of that tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got the lockout prize pool sitting at $30,048.
It's a $350 buy-in, so really good prize pools already for these events. Come down if you're in the Sydney area.
Bankstown Sports Club.
It's a good watch, but obviously a hell of a lot better to play, and we've got everything all the way down to a 200 buy-in a bit later in the evening for the mini main, so you don't have to be even investing a huge amount of money to come and play down here. And then there's there's a late night, which we've had a lot of fun with. Gets going at 9 o'clock, and that's only a $120 buy-in. So sandwich between those, a pot limit Omaha for $350. There's lots of events,
yes.
lots of opportunity to come down, play some poker. So our chip leader goes all in here with the pocket threes out of the small blind. He's not going to get called out of the big.
Yeah, no hammer time there. That's going in the muck.
All in a call with 7 2s.
Liam Joho third in chips, 2.7 million. Joe Sandav, 2.3 million.
I might have been in front. I might have laid down the winner.
The big boy down the bottom on the right is Jack, who we had in the commentary booth a couple of days ago, and very entertaining guy who you know very well. Stayed at your house some 10 years ago, you were saying, when he was a broke poker player, and now he's still a broke player. No, he's not. He's done incredibly well over the journey. A WPT Britain winner. I'm sure we'll have him back in here at some stage on the microphone. He's very entertaining.
Asian Poker Tour main event winner, cashed multiple times. He's international. He's absolutely international. And he will be coming back for many more APTs to come after. Pocket nines here for Jean-Peter, raising to 160K.
So Jean-Peter was the player that Crilly found himself all in against just before the break.
All in, C4, all in.
We now have Ace-King suited. Alan Wilson, the short stacks come over the top with that.
6 fold, we call, C3 call. I can't see what the other hand is. 9.
So what you're saying is that you just saved me, because if you folded, I would have jammed.
So of course we've got the call from the big stack. The Ace-King is the one at risk.
I would have called and I would have been dead. But then I would have flopped
Second
what?
in chips on the table.
Theoretically. No.
8 queen.
Turn.
6 of clubs.
It's just an ace or a king here to save Alan.
Except C1.
Oh, there we go. Unfortunately, Alan Wilson
How do I have
is eliminated.
8, 6, 7 on the board?
Off to the rail for you, Alan.
Somebody, the guy, my connection was like, I didn't know he opened either.
Well played. Alan Wilson picks up $14,000 for finishing 8th. I'm a bit shocked that we've lost 2 players already off this final table.
Quick succession. 7 players remain. Next pay jump, 17,500.
I would have jammed pre, but this is a covering stack, right? It would have been like 6
I'm buttering him up, bro. Loosening up the knots a bit.
Jam pre would have worked. He had ace queen here.
I should have known the second he asked how much. The faith in how much he got, as if I'm not going to open his hand. Like, oh, well, if you've got 2 more, I might fold it. Come on.
I didn't look at my card. Should I fold?
You bluffing me?
9 fold.
Ladders for the boys.
Hey?
Ladders for the boys.
Ladders for the boys. Keep it up down there. You prefer those two.
Seat 1, ace queen. In seat 2, 8-6. In 3, jack 6. In 4, 3, 7. In 5, 7 deuce. In 6,
When he settled
6,
in,
5.
he
In
was
7,
really
in
soft
queen 8.
before
3,
he
4, 9 flop.
2 raise, 160, 160.
Not many pieces of that. 2 on the turn. Gives
he did have a
seat 7. Seat 7 a straight.
He did have the type of hand you would definitely say all in.
Keeps hitting cards, does Jean-Peter. Ace Queen out of the cutoff. After seeing a raise from Joe with the King 9.
Seat 7, the winner.
Keep whispering, we're not going to play.
John Peter. Caleb's in the chat rooting for John Peter here with ace queen off.
480, 480. 6 fold. Yeah, I get that.
Alrighty, players in the absolute prestige card.
3 bets to 480k.
You're on, that will be a 15-minute break.
7 fold.
Finish the hand you're on. 15-minute break.
Can't all just limp in and see for
Yeah, come on, let us in. Let us in, mate.
I want to play my 10-8 suited.
Yeah.
Predictably, Joe's not continuing there. Chip leader scoops up a few more chips there.
Yeah, John Peter looks like he's not just got a few chips. It's skyscrapers of high society stacked up
What's that?
nice and evenly. I'd say in 20 stacks too.
Like if I jammed over the top?
I am going to refer back to that hand, Aiden. We were standing here watching it even though we weren't commentating at that stage, just before we went to the break.
He might tell you different.
It was a massive call for Lachlan Crilly there.
Jared Thatcher inside.
Jean-Peter pushed him all in. He had trip queens,
And look at the commentator, he's like...
and he just couldn't
it's a
find the
bold
call.
strategy here,
Yeah,
Khan. Let's see how
Krillick
it
makes
plays
that
out.
call
Yeah.
and catches him in that bluff.
Comments that have
I understand that Crilly was probably thinking the straight was there and available, and his tournament chips were at life. But
Yeah, it was a hard one because he checked all the way through. It looked like he was getting exactly what he hoped for. Jean-Peter kept betting into his trips. Check, bet, but then when he got to the river and checked and Jean-Peter put him all in, he just couldn't find that call. And with all of those chips and now having collected a few more since we started on this feature table,
yeah,
Jean-Peter is now a massive leader.
he would be, Crilly probably would be around about the 5 million mark.
6 calls.
Probably sitting at the top of the table. Jack Ramsden raised to 160k with ace-jack suited.
And he's up against an ace-jack suited.
Yeah.
Of course. Jared on the big blind here. It's not much more to call, but he's going to throw that into the muck.
Yeah. Now, I don't know how much Ramsden and Jihu have played against each other, but I do see continuations happening here from Ramsden.
Well, especially if he's got a flush draw.
And a nut flush draw.
I think Jack's looking nice and healthy here.
Size up, Jack. Size up. Jack checks. Liam. Barrels. 195k.
C9 raise, 650.
And that raise is going to see it go in very quickly. Some more chips for the big Brit.
Yeah,
Pushes him up to second on our chip list. It's all very tight in the middle there. In fact, it's all very tight apart from our chip leader with 7.1.
Ops for the check raise there. And instead of making the lead, and chips are going into Jack's stack.
Could you bait?
Luke Hanna.
On that board. Pretty nicely done there. Pretty nicely done.
I'm pretty fucking happily put it in against.
We might have to find the beat button for Jack. His play's colourful and his language is too, but that's fine.
Well, that's it. He is a talker of the table. Be careful having a conversation with him because he wants you to click it in. He's going to test you.
No,
Minimum ace king suited under the gun.
What's that mean?
We've got the chat going on here. Please let us know how you're finding the stream. If there's anything you're interested in that we're not letting you know. Obviously, there's a few other events going on all around this one, and we can keep you updated with those as well. The 10,000 has started. And the Hashem Deep Stack is into its second day and starting to get towards the end of that. And the last time I looked out the back, Tony Hashem was still in that event with about 25 odd people still to go. I have told Tony that there'll be a full inquiry if he wins the tournament that has his own name on it. So,
yeah, he's got 101k, 500 chips.
Yeah, so he'll want to be a bit careful there. I don't think he'd want an inquiry, but as I say, a lot going on around here. If we can let you know anything or you've got any questions, we might give you a chance to win some stuff too. We've got a bit of Australian Poker Tour merchandise that's come our way. We might do a little bit of...
One of our major sponsors' son, Paul Drakakis, the son of Nick Drakakis from Drakakis Jewel, is also in that event doing quite well as well. So big ups to both those boys.
I think they're sitting on the same table. So if Tony's got any sense, he won't knock the kid out because his dad's a sponsor. So sometimes you've got to think about these things.
All right, action in the small blind. Jack woken up with ace jack again.
And suited again. It's like his last winning hand.
We're in a heads-up spot here. We might hear some talk from the table, mate.
Too technical for me, lads.
1.6.
Keep going. Dumb it down more.
How many small blinds is it?
9 calls. 1 checks. Heads up. Check. 1 check. Bets 120, 120. Does he? They're good. These are good brand. 9 calls.
What's that brand? Oh, the Greek side. Yeah.
Players and dealers in the lockout threes. Your blinds are up. 700, 1400. 700, 1400. The big blind here, 1400.
Bets 250, 250. 9 calls. I was buying that yogurt when I was at this shop. It was like an IGA or whatever, like a small shop, and all they had were
So
the kids
there's
ones.
an
I was like,
example
can't
of
buy those and eat those.
being aggressive and
I know, yeah, I
into the
get that.
pot.
That's all I could find. And then just in the back, they had a few of the adult ones. Can't be eating kids yogurt at the table.
Dealing with a little audio issue there, Aidan, but we'll keep going and
All I heard
hopefully
was adult ones at the back of the shop.
our viewers are hearing everything, both in the commentary and on the table.
Yeah, John Peter waking up with pocket 10s.
Yogurt code for
Yeah.
160k Ray. Is it?
Razor.
My heart rate is through the roof. 1 full. Really scary trying
sometimes. I've been known to. I tend to fuck up 50 big blinds more than 10. Well, my personal favourite, 200 big blinds. With like 10 left.
Beautiful.
Half the
How did I
chips in
bottle
play.
that? 7. Fucking 7.
Getting a little bit of feedback from the chat. Joe has asked us a question about one of the most bizarre things I've ever heard happen at a poker tournament a couple of days ago. Guy entered a tournament and he entered the wrong tournament, and he hadn't actually paid his fee to go into the 25K. We're still a little unsure of the whole background of that. I'm not going to be prepared to speak for the Australian Poker Tour. The question is, if he plays it next year, does his free entry go toward that prize pool?
Harvey, I think I can repeat what the floor director, Josh Monk, has already said to players in a stream yesterday in regards to it. That was that the Lord Poker Tour and the Australian Poker Tour have come to an agreement for the accountability of that 25K, and it went to the 9th or 10th place. So for us here in the commentary team, Joe, we'd have to go out and speak with Josh Monk to get confirmation on that question.
Yeah, I don't think
great question.
Good question, but I don't think that's for us. I think that there's already been an official release on that, and I'm sure there will be moving forward. But what I can tell you from being around here, that everyone was pretty okay with it. They realised that it was an error.
Yeah.
It wasn't really anyone's fault. It was just a bit of miscommunication, and
Australian Poker Tour is trying to be as transparent.
Yes,
as
absolutely.
Possible. Yeah.
Absolutely. I did hear, I mean, I don't know if this is totally true, but
Joe Sanders just moved all in for
sorry,
1.9 million.
let's do that.
Jack clubs, 9 of clubs.
Gets the fold. So I did hear, Aiden, a story. I don't know how true it was, but the guy who entered that tournament had not played poker before.
Yeah.
And he didn't really know what he was doing, and he didn't realise he was in a 25K event. And very early on, someone bet in front of him, and the dealer said to him, that'll be 2,500.
Yeah.
And he actually reached for his wallet. He thought that he needed to pay another 2,500 cash.
Yeah.
I don't know how true that story, but that was doing the rounds here the other day, and it was coming from a pretty good source. So if that is the case, geez, I wish I would have been standing there and see that happen. That would have been really funny. So that's how little he knew about what he was doing. He'd come down just to watch one of his mates play.
Yeah, very interesting for the players at the table. Lachlan Crilly wakes up with Big Slick in the cutoff. Previously has been attacking towards the blinds. Wouldn't surprise me to see if the Krill Dog makes a 200 plus raise. 160 is the bet. Been clicking. Liam Juho wakes up with Ace Queen.
And I'm sure he wishes that he was still asleep, mate.
We might see the two Queenslanders go in a collision course here as Juhu picks up his big chips.
And these are the two short stacks here on the table. I think it's going to go all in, mate. I just got a feeling because he's against the short stack here. Maybe not, but it's a big decision here.
Liam's probably got over 22 big blinds, just below.
6 raised, 1 million.
And he's raised into 1 million, all in.
There you go.
And snap.
All in.
Here we go. Collision course ahead here, Harvey.
Liam will be crippled if he can't find a queen or a straight somewhere.
Crilly. They're just getting a count. dealer's going to place the button on who's at risk. Looks like Lachlan Crilly.
Start taking your seats. Players in the
King 10-3. Crilly takes the lead.
Start taking your seats.
4 on the turn. And 10 on the river. 2 pair there for Lachlan Crilly. Tripling Liam Juhu. He's down to 220k remaining in his stack, but that does boost his quality up into the second place position with 3.5 million chips.
And he'll probably be feeling a hell of a lot better about folding those trips a little while ago. He's now up to 3.5 and very healthy.
Yeah.
Plus a 25k race for pickup is free. That is 150k guaranteed.
This is what happens when you're a Nick Dog and you get out of the way with ace 9
50k.
Wish I called with my ace 9-0. Bye-bye. When he had 8.
Bit of chat happening at the table.
First card I looked at was an 8.
Oh, mate. How can you call this? I'm crazy. No, you're not. You're that crazy.
I'd have called with ace king. Everything else, so.
Yep.
Yeah, that also puts Liam Juhu in the small blind here too, so... Feel like 3 bigs left, I think.
Should I fold? Should I fold?
220k. There it is. He has the rib. Jack 7.
Don't need much.
You can't fold any 2.
And there's a
7 call.
call.
That's what he says. He can't fold any 2.
3K. 220.
2 cards should do it.
320. 3 bigs.
220.
But
Well, he's behind.
and yeah, but he can get lucky.
Absolutely, 2 live cards.
Chin Yen Shaw.
There's a jack.
Yep. Two pair. And that there he goes. He's up to 520k.
220.
Good.
Here he is. Champion.
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Beautiful.
It's back on the chat there. Thanks for the inquiry, Daryl. As we say, not exactly sure what the wash-up of that's going to be. What you're saying there makes a lot of sense, but from our perspective, we'll just hang and wait for the official confirmation of what's going to happen. But
Ramsden wakes up here with ace
9
king
raise.
under the gun. Opens to 160k.
1 fold. 2 fold.
That's 2. Re-raise. 480,000. 480. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
this could develop into something nice here, Aidan.
Yeah, mate. Not bad to have the old ace king versus the king jack, and the king jack 3-betting to 400k. Ramsden surely
All in.
9 re-raise.
just sounds like he's ripped it
All out. 3 folds.
And out we go.
Yeah, that was to the big stack there too, John Peter. Instant fold.
Travelling all right, your mate, Jack?
I'm with you. I think so.
It's all making sense.
I have my confidence in his ability to play poker.
We'll ask you to relay the story of how this guy came to be staying at your place many moons ago, but you've obviously followed his poker travels since then.
It was going on about 10 years ago. Jack was travelling internationally over from England and got into a spot where he was trying to get a visa here in Australia and was playing good poker over in England, come to Australia, got himself into a spot. Many players, if you've ever met a poker player who's gone broke before, dropped a massive bankroll and found himself in a sticky spot. I met him at a poker game randomly one night and he needed a bed to stay, and I said, come stay at my place. And, mate, the guy never left for 6 months. We ended up grinding Poker Stars when it was back online and legal in Australia to play. And he introduced me to the tournament format and took me places like the Australian APPT that was held at Crown, the Aussie Millions, and yes, very much watched Jack run pennies up into
9 folds.
thousands of dollars, and have been continuing watching him worldwide since.
So basically what you're saying is he's to blame.
Oh, 100%.
For having you.
100%, Harvey, yeah.
We're all the better for having you involved in the Australian Poker Tour. Aidan, you're a very dedicated member of this team. Aidan spent a couple of 20-hour days putting the text of this broadcast together here at the Bankstown Sports Club. We only got access to the venue a couple of days before the tournament started. The boys worked round the clock to really impressive setup. Hope you're appreciating the pictures and the coverage.
Yes, mate, and I won't take full credit there, Harvey. I appreciate yourself coming into the commentary and the overall advice that you give. But look, the boys out the back, Matty as well, you've got Craig, these guys, they're crucial, and together we're a force, mate. We're a great team.
Look, I'm looking forward to it. It's obviously a new era here for the Australian Poker Tour, some new ownership, definitely some upwardly mobile ideas. I think one of the first things that the organisers want to do is take this type of format, this incredible week of tournament play, to other states. And anyone who knows anything about the poker regulations knows that each state is different, and we definitely have some hurdles to get by in other states, particularly in Victoria, where tournament poker is just regulated differently to here in the New South Wales. But it's a really exciting time, and I've said it so many times since we started this coverage. If you are in the Sydney area, come on down. This is about the closest you'll get to playing in Vegas without jumping on a plane. It feels like Vegas when you walk in. There's so many tournaments going on.
Talk about atmosphere.
And the atmosphere, it is great. I've covered a lot of poker in my time, and it's very exciting, and it's only going to get better as we go into the weekend.
I do love my poker, Harvey. I've been at the top level with APT going on 5 years, and industry bound for, would you believe it, 18.
It's quite amazing.
Yeah, I love it. I don't know what else I do, actually.
Yeah.
King Jack here for Ying Your Chan. Raised to 160k. Jared Thatcher, what would you call it at home? 2 fat ladies or 2 snowmen?
I think we have to call them snowmen now. We're just getting so politically correct, aren't we? There's half of those bingo calls you can't actually call anymore.
Well, yes. What do the 8s identify as?
That's right.
9 folds.
One false.
Heads up.
We go to the flop.
9, 4, 10. Rainbow.
It's a very decent flop for 8s. I would expect Jared to bet out here. Decides just to check it. That's outside of an 8. That's probably an even better flop for 8s.
Brings a double
turn, I should say, for 8s. So
no, the 8 would give us straight.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is it's outside of another 8. That's probably his best card. So
And Chin also looking for a queen for the other end of the straight. We'll take a king just for the 8 outs available.
All right, guys, it's definitely flip o'clock here at Bankstown. We've got 4 flips running simultaneously at the moment with interest. Anybody will jump in? We've got a flip into the grind, a flip into the vault, a flip into the PLO, and a flip into the 10K.
8 bets, 250,000, 2-5.
Looks like it's going to get up. So if you want to register,
So he's bet that out with the pair and the open-ended straight draw.
just run good.
Out goes Chinua Chan. And Jared will take that pot.
I had hope. I did have hope. Heart of a lion. Thank you for not defending them.
This was the big TKO.
So if you've just joined us or only recently,
If only. If
reminder
only we're stuck
that
here
we're
like
on the
Shrek.
final table of the Goliath here at the Australian Poker Tour.
7 folds.
7 players left.
8 folds.
Big field started this $2,500 buy-in event. Over 200 entries. Massive prize pool.
What did he fold?
8.
Folded what?
Queen 8 suited versus the 10 4 so I went limp ISO and triple barrel on
One re-raise all in.
deuce, jack.
Crilly moves all in. 3.4 million.
It's good.
So 1 and 2 FT
I
bubble.
like that play there.
Oh, it's a squeeze on blinds. Can be cumulative in chips. Can be dangerous if you walk into somebody who wakes up.
GG, next tournament, let's go, bye-bye.
Yeah, pretty much. 2.1. That's pretty unreal. Good for me. What's that?
The real fireworks is going to come from Liam Juhu at the moment. He's being a short stack. I think he needs to find a double up to be able to keep himself into contention.
6 raise all in.
And here we go. It's all in.
Just say call.
Psychic.
My apologies. 6 a call.
Aiden there.
And I also thought he said all in, but it's a call.
Call.
Okay.
1 fold. I call.
I think the table was a little confused there as well. They needed some clarification. So
New calls, option.
we get a call from Joe out of the big blind. The options with Sean Peter.
3 checks.
We'll have a look with.
I just want to see Liam stack. It does say he's got 40k remaining.
I don't think that's right.
5, 5, 2.
3 checks. 3
Liam just flops.
6 bets all in.
3 of a kind. Sorry, need 2 in the hand for the set.
I don't.
Yeah.
Call, okay.
I think we'll be all right.
We've got a... we'll make an adjustment on Liam Juhu's chat, team there, chat, because it doesn't seem like he has 40k behind. There's more chips than that.
Well, he's all in for whatever he's got. These guys are playing for a side pot now. Joe got his king, but Liam with the trip 5s for the big pot.
If we got a 120 in the side, then he did have 40k behind.
Yep, that's what it looks like.
Oh, he's got quads.
Not that he needed it anyway, but that's a nice way to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah.
So he goes from basically being out 1.5 big blinds to 5. 440 total, stays in the event.
There it is. That's the Prestige Cars, the grind. That's the feel at the moment as the players are running through. This is the Campbelltown Sports Club. Right up the back there is the Hashem Deep Stack. And
if you go to Campbelltown, you won't find us because we're actually in Bankstown. But
I said Campbelltown.
But so don't go to Campbelltown, please. Bankstown Sports Club.
Yeah.
But we love to be able to do this for you. We spin our camera around 180 degrees, give you a look at the whole room.
Yeah, we do love these new cameras and
boys.
the zooming in and picture and getting field shots really does bring a new experience.
In addition to what you saw, there's an ante-room outside as well with another probably 30 or 40 tables. So it's a big setup. Geez, last night it was so busy here. There was players pretty much on every table in the joint and great atmosphere. Real Hollywood with people getting selfies and photos of well-known poker players, and then a Vegas feel in the room.
Yeah, and shout out and love for the dealers. These are the bread and butter of the people who give service to the poker players as well. Without those guys, we don't get the service and action and the product that we have here at the National Poker Championships. So kudos to you.
And I dare say, Aidan, they've been working probably a bit harder than they thought they were going to be. I'm not going to say Australian Poker Tour underestimated the numbers, but we have been swamped, and the dealers are probably doing longer hours than they thought they were going to do because it's just been so busy, so many events. Real great atmosphere. So we get to a flop.
Work backwards.
Short stack.
Work backwards from there.
Only with a king 4.
Not 3 every hand.
Yeah, no.
Wonder if he'll get squeezed here by Joe.
300,000. He's going to put him to a decision.
Can't really go.
Yeah. So Liam's working his way through the blinds, into the small blinds, and he's going to have many more hands to be able to see with his short stack.
I got it beaten out of me. I'm a net now.
We've also had the privilege, Aidan, of having a few of the players come in and have a chat with us through the last few days. We'll be continuing that today and over the next few days until we finish up on Sunday.
Back to blasting it is.
And we love them. We love having them come into the box and having a bit of a analysed situation. Very different. Everybody's have a different thought process about how they think about poker, and that's the beauty of it. We all can't play poker the same. We all think about the game differently, and that's the challenge on a psychological level that makes the game exactly what it is today.
Yeah. People get upset when they get a bad beat or a run out. Hang on, I think we're going to see clearly with the jacks, Liam's going to be putting everything else he's got in there, which is not much.
Yeah.
And
200,000.
Joe
You got to feel good with Jacks if he doesn't know what Joe's holding, because he's at this point he's only got 3 outs. But mate, when I get ace king with Jacks too, I'd probably be standing up, hoping they hold. You might even hear him yell it if it's a 10 low board.
7 folds. 200k total.
So Joe just needs to put in another 40k here, and we've got Jacks against Queen Jack.
Never folding.
Liam has survived a couple of all-ins so far. Let's see if he can do it again, just to hang around here for a bit longer and give himself a chance to build his stack. There's no queen, so he's going to be happy with that. It's really only a queen now that's going to save him, or send him, I should say. It's a king. He saw paint, he probably panicked, but it's a king. Just dodge the queen. He has.
He holds. And the rail there, you can hear that. That's the support.
I think that might have.
He's back up to the 560k, Harvey.
Gentlemen, we have a scheduled break coming up in 10 minutes. As we had a break
10 minutes,
for
we
the
have a
final
scheduled
tables,
break.
everyone have to push through the 15 minutes.
I'd like a
I want
break.
5 minutes.
Yeah, 5.
So the discussion is, we'll let you hear the table talk.
Yeah.
Does anyone want the full break?
If we all come back early and we want to start off early, that's fine.
Probably my misery.
5?
Fuck that. I'm going to keep you around on 4 bigs. We'll take a 50-minute break.
There's your mate Jack, going from reducing the break from 10 to 5 to requesting a 50-minute break. So I think they're just going to have a very quick bathroom break instead of having a full 10 minutes now.
He was telling me the other day, Harvey, when he was sitting next to Jungleman in the 25k, he's like, he called the tournament director over. He goes, "Can we get a ruling on this? He's a professional poker player and he's got a lucky charm. Surely that's he can't have one of them. He's got enough luck." So he does like to have a bit of a laugh and throw a G up from time to time.
7 folds.
Pocket kings here for Jared Thatcher in the big blind.
He's got the big stack in already, so it starts to become a question not of betting. It's obviously a question of how much do I bet.
So you think he's in for a raise?
See, if this is me, I'm calling, but I'm not him, and he raises, and that's what you just said before. Everyone plays this differently.
100%, yeah. Okay, so now the big stack is thinking about if he can make a move. He just did ask for a count of Jared Thatcher's stack.
And again, this is the psychology of what you're talking about. Jared raises here, puts in Jean-Peter's mind that he's just trying to grab his chips.
And I think he's trying to play the bully.
And he has. So this is why that was a great move from Jared, and not just calling there.
Yeah.
We have King
Actually got it all in
Raise, 3-bet.
on what is just a bluff. So the Queen 3 suited against the Kings.
Oh, it's so wet.
Oh my goodness me.
Let's go,
So
baby.
10 outs there for John Peter. This is a real sweat for the Kings. And that's a good card.
does.
How did you fade the turn?
It's a good card for Jared.
Good card for Jared. There's still lots of outs here for John Peter. The King.
The King's World triple up. Double up, sorry.
And a huge double up.
Yeah, then
Wow.
chops the chip.
85
lead.
still.
Wow.
What
So,
a fucking cool cat.
I mean, that's a hand to review. Kings
too many out. It's like,
in the big blind.
17.
2 ways of playing that, Aiden. You went the way that he went. I would have played that just a call out of the big blind. Don't let the chip leader think I'm that strong.
Don't want to reveal strength.
Yeah, you know, you don't want him folding there.
Yeah.
But instead, our chip leader has read that as a play and decided to come over the top, thinking that he'll get the big blind to fold.
Yep,
And
so
instead, it's a misread. It's a huge misread.
17,
And he's got
17,
kings, so
19, 60.
Ash Mueller
Wow.
in the comments has gone Thatcher, Snatcher.
ICM, buddy.
wow.
yeah,
So,
How did you manage that?
I think
too many out.
You didn't want him to lose like that anyway.
I wanted Jared to lose.
At least he's honest.
But then I realised that no one can beat
Jack
him.
says don't want him to lose. Liam
It was
Jarvis
just like a
said I want him to lose.
unrealistic request.
I don't win every week.
I don't know how you won that, but
Yeah, it was a real sweat.
You're telling me.
Alrighty, players of the TLP International, take a shower and start taking your seats, please. Players of the TLPT International, take a shower. You have 1 minute left.
Yeah, and that's the other thing there too is when you are the big stack as well, you do have the ability to try and push players around selectively. And unfortunately for JP on that one, selection was incorrect to put him to his tournament life and see if there was hands that he would generally throw in the muck.
And in the vast majority of time, he probably does have a hand there that he is putting in the muck. So it's a fair play. It's just a misplay.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
That's it. Short setback. Still not many chips in JP's stack.
Six
This
re-raise,
is a New
500.
Zealander, Sion Dayton.
So Liam
Folds, 8
is
folds, 9 folds.
going to be all in again. Oh, no, he's left himself 60 behind.
He's done it twice in it.
And he's all in now. So is this the 4th time that we've seen him all in? Let's see if he can survive. This time he is coming from behind.
no big. Does he think you've got bluffs there?
Yeah, he's got like 5 big.
Well, the hearts don't help him.
Semi-dead.
No, unfortunately the ace jack for JP is in the swank. He's looking for 7 only.
And there's the ace-high flush. 7 comes, but it comes way too late.
Bit of salt on the river. There we have Liam taking to the rail in 7th place.
Well played to him.
That was nuts.
Well done, Liam. This has been a real battle. They played all day yesterday. They've played through the day today to get us here to our feature and final table. And that's what they're playing for. It's big up the top, 115K to the winner, 70.5 to our 2nd place getter. And I think you were saying earlier, Aiden, that this is the biggest pool for the Goliath that we've ever had.
Is that right? Yeah, missed it.
And look, you know, you got Thatcher, Ramsden, and Crilly. They're the 3 main strengths I see on the table. But I haven't seen enough of JP to be able to play and comment. I will give him the credit he is due, since he is sitting here on the Goliath final table. And the undercard, we've also got the chip leader in Chinlan.
Fuck, I think I just inherited.
All these guys have got an English nickname, and we need to find out what it is.
Yeah, if you know it, and throw it in the chat.
Look at that. This one's Marks. Keith Marks.
There he is, Chin.
Your Chin, I was close.
130 bucks a pack, they'll be loving that.
Maybe we can just give him nicknames.
Oh. Happy to call him Chinny.
Yep. Such an Aussie way, isn't it?
That's right. Just put a Y on the end of a name and you've got a nickname.
Chinny.
Welcome to Australia, Chinny.
Yeah.
9-5.
I couldn't quite figure out, Aidan, when I got here why everyone was calling you Sensorlight. Why that was your nickname, and then they explained it's because you only work when someone's walking past. So.
That's because I'm always seated. Mate, do you just want to write that name down on a piece of paper?
There's a whole list of great Aussie tradie nicknames out there if you Google them. Very funny. I used to work with a guy called Wheelbarrow because he only worked when he was pushed.
8 faults.
Crilly takes that. And it's all very tight now, losing the short stack. 5 mil is our chip leader.
And JP is the chip leader, still with 24% of the chips in play.
Yeah, he lost about 2 mil there and still the chip leader.
Yeah,
so
it didn't even dent him. Yeah. Still very strong. Still very strong.
If you missed that just a few hands ago, I'm sure people are coming in and out of the stream. JP made a move against Pocket Kings out of the big blind, and that was a misstep, but as we say, he had lots and lots of chips and is still our chip leader as Chinny picks up the Snowman.
Fiver.
Raise 160k on Philly. As we were looking at the statistics today, Harvey.
Oh, hang on. Hang on. We might have another statistic here.
We might, mate, yeah. Loading the barrel.
So again, this is how do you play it? Everyone plays aces differently, and out of the big blind, are you just making a move? Is Chinny going to get caught the same way that we just saw a couple of hands ago? If Joe puts in a bit of a raise here,
raise again.
He will raise, but it's just going to be a question of whether Chinny, again, just like...
Well, make him pay to hit that 8, mate. You know, that's set mine, but...
Yeah, but does Chinny go, nah, don't believe you, out of the big blind? You're just trying to steal my money, all in?
Well, that's what you want.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you want.
Well, that's exactly what we saw 2 hands ago, so... But this, of course, being slightly different because Chinny does have a hand. He's got a pair.
And he's got him stacked in chips as well. I see a flat coming, I think.
I don't. I've got to be honest with you.
You see it open?
No, I think he's... Joe's got 1.5 left behind him. Chin's nearly double his chip stack. I don't know if he really wants to see a flop with 8s. Anything over the 8s is going to cause him grief, so he may just ship this here.
Yeah.
Let's see. He just called, all right.
7 calls.
2 for 2 for 8-0.
Yeah, it is, and I do prefer it, to be honest, because I love to see him try and play a bit of poker here. So,
no
bang, how's that?
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered, would it?
Yeah, Joe's in trouble.
He does have the back door straight, Joe, so he's got a way out of this, but it's all going in here, isn't it?
Yeah.
One way or another.
He's really hoping for the backdoor clubs. Look, he certainly might fire this. It's a 1 million pot.
Yeah.
250k. And then the real option is how Chinny plays this
Well,
hand.
it's just going to be how much Joe fires in here, to be honest. If he puts half his stack in, for instance, then Chinny's going to come over the top because Joe will just have to call and probably still thinks he's ahead with the aces. I'm sure Joe's sitting there thinking, how can I keep this guy in this hand? He's not thinking about getting out himself, so that's how he's going to try and keep him in with 500, but little does he know that
half pot.
Chinny has hit trip aces.
Okay, so my thought process here is, okay, I've got the set, but I've got the redraw that I'm playing against. But if I rip it all in, I can shut it down.
Well, he's all in, so, and he's got a call, of course. And he thinks he's ahead with the aces, 100%. But he's going to, heart is going to sink there when he sees that Chinny's got a pair of aces, a pair of eights in his hand, gives him the set.
Got to miss an ace, and if the turn is a club, it becomes a very sweaty river. King can take a 10 now for a straight.
Yep. More outs.
6 on the river.
So Joe gets his aces cracked. How often do we see that? And he leaves us.
Yep.
Well played.
In sixth place, he gets 21,700, and Joe Sandorf has over 600K in career earnings, with his biggest win being 193K in a 10K high roller in 2022.
So he puts a nice little amount onto his career winnings, played incredibly well. Eyes must have lit up not only when he saw that he had the aces, but when he saw that flop as well. He must have thought, I am so far ahead here, and done by the pocket eights.
We must be close to a break. I did hear that they were saying 10 minutes ago.
I think they're on a break now.
Yeah.
So we might take a little break too.
Yeah, they might.
Quickly before we have to come back, but really interesting play. It's been really active for a final table here. It's been great to watch.
Yeah, stay tuned with us here at the Australian Poker Tour, ladies and gentlemen. Harvey Silva, Aidan Glenn. We're going to switch across to our sponsorship, have a bit of a break. We'll be back here in 10 minutes' time.
Is it possible for him to move to a seat, Alex? Just so we have more space? Do you reckon you can go to one of those?
Yeah, maybe we should have done that on the break.
Yeah.
And that we could have all shifted round so I could actually fucking see.
So it's dead small.
So you want me to come here?
8 raise, 200,000. Shin, if you want to move into seat
550.
9 re-raise, 550, one side.
I've got 3.5 back.
2.7. Roughly. So.
Yep. All right, everyone, welcome back. Harvey and Aiden have just taken a spell, and I am here, Lucy Leckich, joined with Liam Jehu. Liam unfortunately busted just recently in this event. Liam, can you tell us about what happened there?
Yeah, look, just got a bit unlucky. Made a few mistakes, to be fair. Like, I ended up, I played this hand with Ace Jack suited.
3 re-raise all in.
Made a bit of a mistake post flop, but that was alright. Then obviously got unlucky. I got fooled with Ace Queen to Ace King, which is just super standard against Krilly. And then yeah, like had a few like really sort of tough spots, like sub 10 BB, and then made like a semi-questionable 3-bet jam with Ace 7, which busted me in the end. But it was fun. It was a weird day. Like obviously coming in as chip leader, a little bit of expectation, but
meant to be dead, but
doesn't always like convert. So
I'll be watching that one.
No, it was okay. Like, I was
Would have been more big swing in.
and just letting mistakes happen. So
do you want to move as well?
Look, it's always hard. Ace Queen going up against Ace King as well. So yeah, no luck lost on that one. And look, you've already had a really amazing series here thus far, making that final table, but also winning the Monster Freeze. So that was a good result for you.
Yeah, that was good. Like it's been like a bit of a grind the last like sort of few months, just sort of having a few
I'd believe it.
losing series in a row. You know, it happens, and then a couple of break-even series here or there. I had a really good start of the year. Had like a career high early in the year, so it was like great to get that win, and then obviously have a deep run here in the Goliath is nice. Obviously would have preferred if it was a bit longer, but one of my best mates, Lachlan, is still in, so I'll be rooting for him.
Krilly, that is?
Yeah, Lachlan, we swapped a bit of a percentage as well, so I'll be keeping a careful eye on that. But there's some good players, like Jared Thatcher, obviously one of the best players in the country, so he's got 3.5 million now, so we're definitely, it's going to be an interesting FT, especially with JP as well. As we've seen on stream, he's very aggressive. So it looks like he's still with a chip lead as well, 5.7 million, and then we've got Shin, who's also got almost 5 million as well. It's an interesting dynamic here because this guy, Jark's like kind of short. Like he's the only one that is like hanging around the 20 BB region, whereas everyone else has got like 35 and above. So yeah, it's interesting. But
before we get into a bit of an analysis here with all the hands, how did you find your experience on this table? No doubt it was probably very difficult with the quality of the players that you have.
Really on that one or no?
It was actually, it was kind of tough. I did like a bit of a count, and then when there was 11 left, there were 7 like full-time players, like 7 regs left, and only about 3 or 4 recreationals. So usually, even in the 2.5K buy-ins, we're probably looking at the opposite. Really, there might be 3 or 4 regs, and then there's maybe 6 or so recreational. So it wasn't easy at all. Definitely a lot of challenges. I always joke and say that I've actually never beaten Jared in a pot before. I've played with him a lot, and I actually just never win. So yeah, it wasn't easy, which is to be expected with the quality of players that were on backing up day 3. It was a good play on the feature table, actually. It was quite nice. Usually, like, the feature tables that I'm used to playing on are, like, really different to this one. So,
in what sense?
Like, just, like, the design and stuff like that. Because of, like, the
5 raised, 325,000.
But I quite like this table. The felt was pretty nice. So, No, it was nice.
Yeah, I think they're wanting to get the best quality for these APT series that they're going to be having coming up, especially definitely next year. There's going to be plenty more tournaments like this all around the country, and we're going to be getting these tables in. So lots to look forward to, and definitely more feature tables for you, I reckon, Liam, with the way you're going.
Hopefully. I mean, yeah, feature tables are cool, but at the end of the day, always looking to eye the top prize, basically. But this is actually a pretty interesting hand here already. Chin 3.25 Xing in a small blind, about 35 big blinds deep, 33 big blinds deep. With an interesting hand, Queen 9 offsuit, not really a hand that you want to raise blind big blind at this stack depth a lot. It's probably a little bit too good to raise, in the sense that when you get free bet, you don't really want to fold it. But at the same time, there's also Jark, who's sub 30 big blinds, so he's probably trying to put a little bit of pressure on Jared here, but it's hard to put pressure on people that are rich because they don't really care about pay drops as much. But as we see a flop, Queen, Queen 10.
So trips there and a flush draw. It's an interesting flop, isn't it?
It is an actual flop, yes. It's interesting as well because like Chin should raise a lot of like Queen Deuce offsuit and like Queen 4 offsuit here. Like a lot of really junky Queen X, so he actually does hit this board quite well. And it also hits Jared a lot too, because he defends a lot of hands that don't want to 3-bet and won't fold, like Queen 8, Queen 9, and Queen 10, Queen Jack, and even the hand like King Queen, these hands that are just happy to call in position. I think Jared will river flush, I'm going to predict it now. I've got a feeling.
Gut feel?
Yeah. So it's Chin bet flop, Jared call in position. It's pretty standard. I would say Chin betting is bet like pretty big, which you probably didn't need to do exactly on a paired board.
I'm gathering you reckon Jared gets a little bit lucky, seeing as you don't want to hand against him.
It's a bit of just like a running gag because he obviously does really well and he's a great player. So we always, a lot of the guys always joke about how good Jared runs, stuff like that. But obviously he's very talented as a player. So this is very interesting actually. I don't even know if Jared's going to call here. He could probably just fold. But yeah, it's really interesting the dynamic here. Obviously he has a king high flush draw, but Chin betting, raising pre and then betting twice here is quite interesting because just because there's obviously two queens on board, it's like he doesn't really have a lot of hands here that bet twice. Even a hand like aces, for example, doesn't even raise bet on a queen board. So I'll be curious to see what Jared does. He does make a call, which is more than
7 calls.
Enough. And we're going to see a river. I reckon a deuce of clubs. 8. Very interesting. I wonder if Chin will check. I don't think he will. I think he'll just bet, which he does.
5 bets all in.
No way. What with the 10?
7 calls.
Just as an off.
Very interesting that he just snap jams river. I mean,
small one.
It is interesting. Had his mind made up, obviously, but I wouldn't. I mean,
what would you have done there if you were Jared?
Obviously snap fold river, but
before that,
I would have called pre-flop, which he did, and I would have called in position on the flop, which is what he did, and then on the turn, there's an argument for fold, but calling is also fine. And then river, obviously, when he jams, just snap fold. But yeah, it's an interesting line from Chin, just because like there's not a lot of hands that raise pre bet on a queen 10 board. But I mean, obviously, when he has a queen in his hand, it's very easy for him to bet. But it's you also got to be like considerate of like what your range of hands looks like as well. So he's not always going to have a queen. So what does it look like when he doesn't have a queen? Is he just going to bet? Probably.
Right, 200,000.
He's got to be careful there because like you need to like make sure you're sort of balancing out your hands and not just betting all your good ones and then just checking your bad ones, And Jared will be going all in here. I can guarantee you that, which he does.
7 euros all in.
And Shin is folding very quickly.
8 fold.
10 fold, which is as well, just for 7.
I've been seeing a lot of that actually throughout my commentary. A lot of tank folding.
1.3.
He's just doing this because he wants to raise a lot of buttons.
2,100,000.
Jammed on
5 folds.
And as the second Jared Pills ace 5 suit on the small blind, he's going all in at a 100% frequency, which is
I bet you when I look at that stream, you're going to have a hand that you didn't know what to do
So
with.
there we've got the chip count there.
No, I know.
A lot of guys upwards of 5 mil now.
I'm not sure if you heard that.
Now that you say it, I might
Jared just
maybe I
said,
shouldn't have done that.
when I look at the stream, I bet you that you're going to have a hand that you just didn't know what to do with, referring to the Queen 9 hand. And Jared's actually pretty right.
Do you know if the guys are watching it back, like when they're on breaks or anything like that? Yeah.
On break, yeah. But not meant to be watching it like whilst on the table.
Of course, yeah, of course.
5 folds. 7 folds.
We see JP open jacks under the gun, which is effectively hijack. And Shin just folds ace 2 suited in the cutoff. And they're playing 60 bigs big. We've seen JP open a lot of hands. Interesting that he just snap folds ace 2 suited, doesn't even consider calling 3 bet now, especially like JP has to play so tight with the other guys. I'm not sure. I mean, it's probably fine. I just thought he would have at least considered it for a second.
8 check.
And we see a small blind call from Jack, and we see JP flopping top set. He's going to bet 1
3 bets, 200,000.
Stick around for 1 here. No, he folds, that's fair enough.
8 folds.
JP takes it now. But yeah, back to what Jared was saying, the Queen 9. It is interesting because there's not a lot of hands that just bet. So Jared is actually definitely onto something when he says, I just think he didn't know what to do there, so he just jammed. Sometimes when people have good hands, but they don't want to check call or they don't want to check fold, so they just go all in. It is a thing that sometimes happens, so that's definitely why Jared said that, just because just staring at the bets like Jared does.
$1,250 ticket. Let's go.
5 raise, 200,000. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Alright, so Tom Easy in seat 1. Joe Daly in seat 2. Frederick in seat 3. Chris Calvin in 4.
There are payouts available on the stream and also Facebook page. You can access it as well. So I think it's the first prize. It's around 100.
Oh, did I say?
First is 115.
115. It's a nice payout.
Yeah, it would have been nice.
Would have been nice, eh? What did you finish up on? 17 and a half. It's pretty good as well.
Fifth, so it's 5-handed now, so fifth is guaranteed 27.5. It's obviously very nice. It's 11 points. It's heading to very nice territory.
Yeah, bigger pay jumps, very much starting from third upwards, so
7 folds.
What to play here for these boys?
8-7-5.
8 raise.
Jack and cut off here, King Jack off.
Jack 8 has a pair, but pocket Jack still in front in seat 3.
Oh, 2 folds.
10 on the turn, Queen 10 of spades has picked up a pair.
3 folds.
Plenty of straight draws and open-enders.
Chin will defend this, but he might have room.
Let's go, it's a 6.
5 folds.
Takes it down.
It's a 6. 9 deuce. 9 deuce, clearly the best hand on
Interesting
the
stuff
table.
here. Obviously got the 2 chip leaders, and then we got 2
9 deuce, that's a
sort of
6 card
shorties,
straight.
Jared and Jar.
Chris Calvert.
Very interesting, like
Congratulations, Daddy.
ICM sort of considerations here for everyone. And then you got Lachlan, who's just stuck in the middle. Very, very interesting.
I feel like since you've come on, there hasn't been too much action as yet.
I've killed it.
We've certainly, yeah, you have, eh? All the action was when you were playing. I feel like there was a lot going on back when you were on the table.
There was a lot going on. Yeah, I was in the trenches when I was playing. I was nursing the short stack for a little bit. Lachlan making a sensible fold there with the Jack 7 suited.
Might get some action here. Pocket eights for John
Three
Peter.
raised,
Do you know much
200,000.
about him, by the way?
Yeah, I know him. I play online with him quite a bit actually. He plays PLO, so
Yeah.
we've got some mutual friends as well. We see Jared here with the 4th of his suit in the big blind. He'll be calling and we'll be seeing 3. I want to see some clubs or something, just something to juice it up a bit. Ooh, interesting.
7 check.
JP's going to see bet this board a lot. I think if he bets a small sizing like that, Jared will
3 bets,
continue
100,000.
with the backdoor flush draw as well as the straight draw.
And now we are in the PLO flip. This is the one everybody's been waiting for. Of course, it's the PLO flip.
Double cut it.
Flip into the PLO.
4 extra outs to a
Got
6
some outs,
here.
yep.
And he's probably going to see them too. I think JP will probably check back a lot here. He can also choose to bet if he wants to turn his hand into a bluff and maybe get a queen to fold. Although he does still beat quite a lot of hands, so he does decide to check back. And very interesting river, because Jared has a lot of queen X in his range when he check calls flop. So I think Jared will, he doesn't get to the river with any worse hands. Obviously he has 4 highs playing the board. I think Jared will bluff here. He does, and I think about 500k would be
7 bets, 500,000.
Yeah.
Do you play the same as him? You're predicting everything exactly.
He's got a great hand of bluff, and I think JP's just going to fold because Jared has a lot of queens in his range. And JP also has a lot of better hands too. So he can see bet the flop with an ace, he can see bet the flop with a queen. So when he decides to check back turn,
3 folds.
you know, he can have an ace that calls river, he can have a queen that calls river. So that's a really good bluff there from Jared. It's a bit of an unlucky sort of hand. JP doesn't really, there's not really much else he can do in that spot. But yeah, it's just like a mandatory bluff spot there for Jared because he doesn't get there with any worse hands, and just he does have a lot of
Calm down.
check calls.
Too exciting.
Between Shelley and Shane.
Hey.
C2.
And it's a
What
good
we at?
sizing as well, pretty big, like 2
Calm
hands.
down.
Obviously,
Missed it.
if he has a queen,
No apologies, missed it.
trying to target the ace X on wants to call, so it's a good size as well for that unit.
King beats the jack. Make no mistake.
Blends into the board.
It's really good to have you on, Liam. Providing a lot of good, intricate insights into the minds of these guys
2
and
folds. 3 folds.
very much in-depth analysis. So
It's good to be here. I like commentating. I haven't done it for a while actually. I used to do it a little bit for APT last year, but
5 raised,
it's been a while. See Chin here opening up the 8-5 suit. It's pretty standard. We'll probably get a defend from Jark, I'm assuming, the big blind,
8 calls.
which he does. Interesting that these guys sort of share the same range here. I always like seeing like hands where it's like, for example, here we see 7-6 versus 8-5, because I always like root for someone to flop 2 pair, because then like it's always 2 pair versus open ender, so it's always action.
makes it fun.
So a C-bet here from Chin. I'm assuming Jark's probably going to check call here with his second pair. She does. See a turn. 7 would be spicy. Ooh, that's also spicy.
Spicy indeed.
8 check.
Chin picks up quite a lot of equity here with the open ender. And Jark also picks up a gut shot here to go with his second pair. So I don't think he'll be going anywhere if Chin decides to throw out about 400k. I think he would throw out based on what I've seen. Usually probably an appropriate bet size here would be about 600, but I think he'll probably go for about 450-ish. 575. Okay, that's a good sizing actually.
All in.
Oh wow.
8 raise all in.
Well, that.
Did you see that coming?
That escalated quickly. No, I didn't see that coming at all. Actually, I thought he would call. I thought Jack would call, but check jam is kind of cool actually as well.
Yeah, it's bold. And look, I mean, he's a short stack, so.
He actually has the best hand as well.
Yeah.
And Chin's doing the fake tank here as well because obviously he doesn't want to give up his cover here, but he will be a bet folding this hand. He actually picked a really good sizing as well. He bet 575 into about 900, which is like very good sizing. You could even go a little bit bigger if you wanted, but I think that's a really good sizing. I think I said about 600, so yeah, that's a really good sizing to go for there. Just so that, you know, he can fold out some, you know, like some maybe like 3x, like some hands that flop to 3, or a hand, you know, even like some 6s might fold. Like if he has like Jack 6 suited or something, that could fold for the size. Maybe some ace high floats, like if he's got, you know, ace 8, you know, that calls the flop or something like that. So, and obviously it also means that, you know, if he calls, it sets up a nice sort of stack to pot ratio on the river where he can go all in if he decided to as well. Sets up about, I think it would have been about 80% pot or like 70% pot roughly on the river if he wanted to go all in. I don't hate the jam from Jark. I don't hate it, but I'm not in love with it either, just because I think he can comfortably just call as well. And I think what I've seen from playing with Chin all day today is that he's happy to fire maybe one bullet or 2 bullets, but he's not really the kind of guy to three bullet blast off like a river. So wouldn't hate to see Jark just check call the turn here, but it's not the worst either, to be honest. It's not bad, because when he does have some bluffs, like for example this hand, for example, he does deny a little bit of equity from hands that can see a river. Like if he's just like got like Queen Jack, for example, Chin, and he was just blasting turn, and if you just, you know, he's still got 6 outs to make a better hand on the river. So we will see the fold here from Chin though.
5 folds.
I think the only problem there with Jark jamming is just like when, like if Chin is a king, he's just never folding. So like the only issue is that you don't get any better hands to fold. You're not getting a hand like the king to fold. And also, I don't think Chin bets twice with a hand like pocket 8s or pocket 9s. So I think
probably wasn't getting good odds to call there, you'd say?
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah.
He knew the second he went all in that he was folding. He was just posturing a little bit just to make it look like he had a decision instead of the 8 high that he actually had, obviously. So
like I said earlier, I feel like they've been doing that quite a bit, hey?
Yeah,
like posturing.
It's a meta game, because obviously, you know, people, you don't want to give a perception that you're bluffing, because you want people to think you have a good hand so that you can bluff them in future streets. But yeah, it was just pure posturing just to make it seem like he had a decision, but in reality, there's not really much of a decision. He's either, you know, got a king or better, and he's calling, or he's just doesn't have those and he's folding. So there's not really a decision, to be honest.
3.5.
You know, every edge, right? Like if he thinks it's going to give him an advantage in future streets, if he, you know, pretends he had a decision,
I know you're going to watch.
It might prevent someone from check jamming or check raising him on future streets. So it's definitely a thing. See a limp pot here, Jark betting just over 1 big blind on the flop with Jack high, which is a thing, definitely. I think Crilly will peel 1 straight here in position with king high. He's got two overcards, in the sense that he's got 1 overcard to top pair, but he's also got an overcard to second pair as well with the 7. And he also beats a lot of hands like 4-5, 5-6, and we see Jack 9, Jack 10, all those kind of hands that Jark might slab with. Oh.
Jack on the river.
A very nonchalant 250 as well. I actually think Lachlan could call here or raise. And I think that's what he's thinking as well right now.
What would you do in this position?
I think Lachlan's going to call, to be honest. And I actually wouldn't hate calling either.
I think it's the right call.
I mean,
literally.
Yeah, like, not all the time, obviously, but I think Lachlan's definitely considering a call right now. I'm not sure if he'll raise, just because if he's raising, what is he representing? Like, does he have a 2? Probably not, because like Lachlan would bet all of his deuces, but he is going to look this one up here with king high, and he's going to get shown the bad news about the rivered pair of jacks here. But I think that's actually a very good call from Lachlan. He's going to have a lot of hands that just completely disconnect, like, you know, 4-5 and 5-6, and just random 7-8, 9-7, 10-7, 10-9, just a bunch of hands that don't connect on the board at all. And king high does pretty well against them, especially after the turn check. Like, I don't think Jack is checking any deuces on the turn. And probably, he's probably not checking much queen X either, which means that he's probably only left with a pair of 3s. And then once he bets the river, he never really bets the river with a pair of 3s. So his value range is actually quite small, which is why Lachlan looked it up there with the king high. Is that the Facebook chat?
That is indeed. Do you know who Sue is there? Is she saying "love you, darling" to you?
I have no idea, to be honest. I would need to have a look and have a scroll through. But let us know in the chat, guys, who you're rooting for. And who do you think is going to win if you had to put your money on it now?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, look. Look, John Peter there's going pretty strong. I mean, but as you know very well, Liam, things can turn in
just quickly in this hand.
Instant.
Lachlan's limping here with 7s. Okay, that's very interesting. JP with 8 deuce in the big blind. I was actually expecting him to raise that blind mid blind, and if he did, Lachlan would have limp jammed 100%. But JP decides to check back, which is more than fine. But yeah, back to who you think your pick is.
I was just going to say John Peter, but at the same time, it's easy to say that when he's chip leader. And
Those are the best sport, like mad sports players in each code.
I mean, but you know, like things can turn in an instant, as I was saying, and I feel like with these guys, everyone's so good. You could even argue it's somewhat even amongst the top 2 or 3 there. So, what do you reckon?
Yeah, it's JP can't really be a bad pick. He just,
stop there, thank you.
Just won the opening event recently at WPT Gold Coast, which was the $1,500 buy-in for just over 100,000. I think it was about 115,000, which is about what we're playing for here today. A PLO player by trade is JP. Resides from New Zealand. I know that his mum actually won a tournament as well at the WPT series. Yeah, it was pretty cool. His mum won a tournament as well. I think it might have been the ladies' championship at the WPT series recently as well, and that was a pretty cool moment for them, 100%. So
runs in the blood, much like it does for you as well, Liam. You were telling me earlier that your grandma played.
Yeah, I've like got a few people in the family that sort of played. Sort of started playing when I was, you know, kind of young, just randomly, just little 20 cent blinds and stuff like that with, you know, with random relatives and cousins and stuff, and living rooms and stuff like that, and uncles and aunties, and then started playing with friends more so when I was getting to that like sort of 16 age bracket. But yeah, I think it was a very cool moment for 100% for JP and his family at WPT.
I just stick with my bum fluff.
I get a big ginger beard.
I think people often get into poker, don't they, if it runs through family lines, or, you know, playing just originally with friends in like a pub setting or something like that, or a home game. And then, you know, I know a lot of young guys who tend to get enjoyment out of something as simple as that and then want to get into it professionally. So no doubt you were one of those.
Yeah, literally I remember going to my first APL pub game when I was like 17 or 16 or something, just like sneaking in, sneaking past security and just like getting in and playing, and it was just like so much fun.
Underage gambling.
It was just so much fun, just for like this little like $15 games and stuff like that. It was so good. So that's where it starts for most people, really.
Yeah, got to start somewhere, and look at you now.
This is interesting here, actually. Jark opens up King 10 suited in the cutoff. JP decides to peel the small blind here with 9-7 suited, which is not terrible. It's a little bit loose considering how deep they are in the money, but it's actually not the worst considering they're, you know, still over 40 big blinds deep. It's a little bit on the loser side, but it can't be bad. This is a cool 3-bet here, actually, by
wow,
Chin.
what do you think of that? Jesus, that's big.
Yeah, no, that's a cool 3-bet. He's got a nice hand to do it with. He doesn't really want to call here Chin multi-way because his hand doesn't perform well multi-way. Like he's dominated by some better ace X, and you know, if he goes 3 ways to a flop versus King 10 suited, 9-7 suited, like he gets out-flopped a lot here. Wow, this is...
John Peter not buying it.
This is absolutely outrageous, this call here from JP, but he just looked Chin up and down and said, I'm going to take you to the streets. So,
it's already such a big pot.
Yeah, so we're going to see a flop here. There's already 2 million in the middle, and we're going to see JP flop a 9 here, but on a king high board, he's going to have to be wary because Chin is going to have a lot of strong king X, like ace king and king queen are going to be two of his main value hands here. So this is actually a really cool pot. I think Chin's going to come in here with about 400k, about 500k, and JP will check call, I'm assuming. Oh, he decides to size up a little bit. 650. The only reason I don't really like this is because JP is going to check call here, and Chin is going to want to have, like, he's going to need to fire another straight here to win the pot, but because he's bet so big, it's now going to be a lot more expensive for Chin to fire another bluff here. Instead of, if he bet 400 or 500, he can fire like 1.2 million on the turn or something. But because he's bet 650 now, he's going to have to fire like 1.5 million or something. It's going to be
considerable amount of his stack, and he's already behind.
Yeah, it's a lot more expensive. I'm predicting that. Ooh.
Oh my God. Oh, Chin. You're in strife, mate.
Yeah, I'm predicting that Chin's actually just going to check this back. I don't think he's going to bluff here. But JP is just going to absolutely, he's just read the deck pre-flop, peeled this 3-bet out of position with 9 high, and absolutely drew the turn here. It would be sick if Chin actually did have ace king here, but this is a pretty sick hand. JP could actually even lead the turn here, which sounds kind of wacky, but Chin, if he has ace king, aces, he's actually going to check back a lot here just because there's so much money in the pot. And JP, this 9 on the turn is just sort of like a funky turn card, and he is going to lead. So sick. He is gonna get a fold, I'm assuming, out of Chin, but theoretically, if Chin actually did have ace king or aces,
he'd probably come along, you'd say.
He's definitely going to call, and then on any river, JP would be all in, and Chin would have a really tough time folding. So don't hate the lead here from JP. Obviously, it's kind of hard to pass a judgment on this hand, considering it's just so wacky with the 3-bet and then like pre-flop and then the call from JP. So it's like there's no real sort of theoretically optimal way to like sort of judge like how this hand is played with this like turn lead and stuff like that. But it's pretty sick. It's a pretty sick spot.
What's it like to watch it back the table that you were on and actually seeing what they've got? As opposed to not.
Outrageous at the moment, considering this. I wonder if Chin is just thinking deviously here. A lot of people, leading turns in general on a second or third pair on the flop, like pairing up like this, like we see the second pair on the flop here, a 9 pairing on the turn. That is 100% a thing in a lot of spots. Obviously, it's weird because this is a 3-bet pot and etc. But that is definitely a thing. And what I've noticed from doing this move myself is when people see a lead, they usually just look you up and down and say, "Nah, like what is this? Like why are you leading? Like you would never lead a good hand here." And sometimes that leads to people deciding to bluff. And it looks like Chin, who's counting out calling chips, is thinking probably the same thing here. It's just a sort of like general thing. Like when people see a lead, they just don't believe it because they're like, well, why would you lead a good hand when you could just check and I'll bet, you know what I mean? But
What do you suspect he'll do here then?
I think he'll fold.
Yeah.
I also think
tank fold.
Yeah. What I'm thinking is that Chin thinks JP has nothing, so he wants to call and try and bluff river. But Chin probably wants to jam and hopefully just take it down. But the thing is, he doesn't jam any hands here. He doesn't jam aces. He doesn't jam ace king. He doesn't jam king queen. He doesn't jam pocket nines, pocket eights. There's no hands that go all in here. He's either he should be calling or folding 100% of his range. Just like if he had pocket kings, he's going to call. So there's no raises here. But he also doesn't want to call and then have JP jam river as a bluff, and then he has to fold. So he's in this weird sort of he's having this sort of arm wrestle in his mind right now where he probably thinks JP's bluffing, but doesn't want to jam, doesn't want to fold, and doesn't really want to call. So it's just like a really awkward spot, which is why the lead is actually kind of cool from JP.
He's really thinking about it.
Yeah, it's...
shot clock, Andrew says, up in the chat.
He does fold.
Yeah.
It's a very large pot from JP who's up there. I'm not going to say it was...
very good.
I'm not going to say it was the most... standard play with the call pre-flop, but I mean, when you know that you're turning another 9, why not, right?
Have some fun.
If you've just joined, everyone, I'm Lucy, and I'm joined here by Liam Jehu. He was on this final table for this Goliath event. He unfortunately came 7th. He had a really nice, healthy chip lead earlier on, and unfortunately just lost a few big hands, got unlucky, and he's now with me here in the commentary box, and it's such a pleasure to have him here. He's extremely knowledgeable about the game. He's professional here in Australia. He's only very young. He's 21, so watch out, everyone. A lot of good results to come, I think, for Liam. He's incredibly intelligent and analytical, and he's predicted nearly everything correctly here.
I mean, you never know, right? Like, like I said, like with that last hand, like I would never have thought JP was going to peel the 3-bet there with 9-7 suited. So there's always some like erratical behavior that happens. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like it's a gambling game, right? So it's even though you can predict things, it's still unpredictable. You know, you can never know when the cards are going to. Ooh, this is interesting. It's very interesting. So JP makes a very standard opening with ace-jack suited on the button, and Jared 3-bets here out of the big blind with king-deuce offsuit, which is actually a really good candidate to 3-bet with because he blocks some of the really strong hands. He doesn't really want to fold to the raise because he has king-high versus a button open, which is really strong. But then at the same time, he doesn't really want to play a hand like king-deuce offsuit out of position because he knows that JP's opening really wide on the button. So he knows that his 3-bet is actually going to work quite a lot, and he'll just take it down. We also had a hand earlier where Jared did the same thing where he 3-bet out of the big blind with 2 kings, and JP actually 4-bet jammed queen 3 suited, which was, I mean, obviously speculative, but I think JP's reasoning was because of the ICM implications and how he had to call really tight. Because I was there actually, and I only had a really short stack, so they were incentivized to not play big pots with the chip leader. In this spot, JP doesn't jam; he decides to call, which is good. Like, he's got a really nice hand in position. Obviously suited, he dominates some of Jared's bluffs. Like if he's 3-bet bluffing a hand like ace-6 offsuit or something, he keeps the worst ace-x hands in. And then also the problem is, like, when JP does decide to 4-bet jam, the hands that Jared 3-bet calls off with usually have JP in kind of bad shape. So I do like JP's call there on the button, and obviously flops top pair, and Jared just decides to give up and check fold. So JP takes someone down and extends his chip lead there. Lachlan here with the ace-10-0 under the gun will be opening it up. Does have to play kind of tight here, Lachlan, with the chip leader, the really aggressive chip leader on his direct left. Has to play really tight, but this is obviously too strong to fold. JP does let go of the ace-6 off, so could have mixed in a 3-bet there, but lets that one go. I think Chin's going to 3-bet. Or will he call? No, he will 3-bet. I'm assuming he'll go 520 or something, 500 roughly.
5 re-raise, 525.
Do you know Chin well at all? Do
no,
you play with him ever?
This is the first time I've ever played with him.
Okay.
I'll be really curious to see what Lachlan does here. He can actually, he's actually got all 3 options available. He can call, he can jam, he can fold. It's probably all options on the table here. He could even 4-bet less than all in if he wanted to, because he knows that Chin has been very capable of finding the 3-bet bluffs here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Lachlan do any of those options. Actually, I'm actually really curious to see what he does here.
So you would say in this position for Lachlan, it's kind of almost just any way he plays here is okay. It's just an intuitive kind of feel.
Yeah,
would you say?
You sort of just have to like mix frequencies in these spots. Like obviously you can never, if you decide to do something 100% of the time with a certain hand all the time, then you can become like sort of predictable. Obviously there are spots where you do things 100% of the time, but sometimes you just need to mix things up. I think that with the Ace-10-0, I would probably lean. You're probably meant to lean more towards a fold, just with being so deep in the money and being out of position. I think if he was in position, you should definitely probably call if he was to get the right price from Chin. It's really tough because obviously they're 5-handed, so like when he's opening the hijack there, so it's late position, the hijack, so he does dominate a lot of Chin's 3-bet bluffs, which we've seen he does.
It's a disciplined call by you, someone who is self-proclaimed so aggressive. But
yeah, I mean,
like you said, it's like this late stage of the tournament, and you want to play your hands.
Yeah,
what is it?
And I don't
aggressively, chips conservatively.
Yeah, like Chin's doing really well in finding a lot of 3-bet bluffs, which he's putting max pressure on. And I think the fold's fine there from Lachlan as well. Like I said, he's probably mixing all the options there. And Lachlan is very smart and quite skillful, so I'm sure he's happy to just pick better spots there. We do see Chin opening the Ace-King suited here in the cutoff, and Lachlan defending the big blind.
Thanks, Craig. It's all Liam. I'm just here for the ride. He's been great to have on. He's very helpful and knows some of these guys as well, so has excellent insight.
Shout out to Craig.
I can't get a word in, and it's probably a good thing because Liam's just exceptional.
Yeah, no, I'm just venting my frustration out here. This is interesting. Interesting hand here too. Lachlan defending the big blind here, and decides to have a stab here on the turn and gets it through very nicely done there by Lachlan. Shout out to Craig as well. Good friend of quite a lot of my mates in poker, so. And we're on the camera here as well.
We will be momentarily. Hi everyone, this is me, Lucy, here with Liam Jehu, fantastic professional poker player here from Australia. If you've just joined us, he just busted in this tournament and he's been very kind to join me here in the commentary booth, and incredibly analytical, super smart, and if you have mates who want to tune in, they should get on right now because Liam is worth listening to.
I'm honestly just spitballing at this point. I'm just getting everything out. It's a really cool spot for these guys. Obviously, there's some really talented players here, so it's quite cool, like seeing the dynamic between them all as they like navigate through the final stages of a tournament here. It's very interesting to see. We got some really skillful, aggressive players here, so it's quite different to probably what a lot of people are used to seeing in these sort of buy-ins. You do usually get quite a few sort of recreationals that will make it through to the final table. So having like 5 really experienced guys battling here in the FT 500 is really cool to analyze.
I'm tipping the recreationals, as you call them, don't like being called recreationals or fish or whatever. They probably take it not so well.
No, I mean, like, I think like calling someone a fish versus a recreational is like very different. Like, for example, like there's people like that are really good at the game, but they don't play like full time. Like they work and stuff. Like, for example, Jared, he's one of the best players in the country, but was still an amateur because he was like not playing full time. He was only playing part time. You know what I mean? So, like calling someone a recreational.
So you call him a recreational in that?
No, I wouldn't. No, Jared's definitely
Back
not a
then.
recreational.
Sorry, when he was started.
Like he's definitely not a recreational, but just like it's not always like just because someone does it as like a full time job, for example, doesn't mean that they're good or doesn't mean that they're bad. And just because someone's like a recreational who plays for fun, who doesn't play it, like obviously just like the meaning of recreational being that they don't do it to make money. They do it for fun. You know what I mean?
So there's a specific definition then, I guess.
Yeah, it's
for
not
recreational.
not a term of disrespect at all. Just a lot of people in
whereas
poker.
fish is disrespect.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Poker's just like a lot of people play poker because it's a game and they like to have fun. So they're like, oh yeah, I'll go play the game. Obviously, if I win, it's great. But you know, I'm there to have fun. So, and then anything after that's a bonus. So that's just the meaning there of recreational. And
what do you think? What do you think the old school players are like? Are they recreational or are they a different category? Like we're talking, you know, someone like my dad probably who you don't know, but or like Billy Giros or some of those older guys who've had some great success in like a Hall of Famers here in Australia. But you know, you're the young up and comers who are very analytical, as we've touched on. Yeah, what do you think of those guys?
Oh, I mean, I haven't really played much with like quite a few guys. Like I've played like a bit with like Gary Benson and a couple of like the Hashims and stuff like that, and obviously they've had great success. So I don't think like the term like professional player or recreational player necessarily like binds someone to a certain skill level. You know what I mean? Like I think anyone's capable of winning a tournament at any point. It's the great thing about poker, right? It's like if you were to play a 1v1 game of basketball against LeBron James, you have a 0% chance of winning, right? But any player can play a game of poker against one of the best players in the world and still have a chance of winning, because you know that's the thing about cards. Like there's always chance, there's always luck, whereas a lot of other games or sports don't have that. And we see a really, really, really spicy hand here. Saw Jack opening the cutoff. Lachlan 3-betting the button with King 10-0, which is definitely a hand that he wants to do that with. And JP just absolutely told them both to throw their hands into the muck and 4-bet jammed ace-6 suited, which was pretty cool. That was very spicy. Really good hand for JP to 4-bet bluff there. Ace-6 suited. He blocks obviously the nutted hands like aces and ace-king, and then even when he's called by a hand like 2 kings or 2 queens from Lachlan, he actually has a surprisingly decent amount of equity, almost about 33%, which is not terrible shape when you're going up against a hand like 2 kings or queens. So I actually really like that jam there from JP. It was very, very hot. Shout out to Adam and Marcus in the chat. Appreciate that.
Calls.
Do you know how much you started the hand with? 3.1 or something. Yeah.
Thanks for all.
Seven calls, 3 players.
Big flop here. Liam
5 check, 7
for JP. Massive.
This is definitely a good flop for JP. Shout out to Clover in the chat. One of the nice guys in poker, BFG. I think he's about 6'7", covered in tattoos, thick French accent, and he's just the nicest guy you'll ever meet.
You bonded with him over your mutual love of tats?
Yeah, he's just one of the many guys that you run into in the poker scene. Great guy, so shout out to you, mate. Thank you for the congratulations, appreciate it.
Good luck in the 10K.
Before we go to the next hand, Liam, I'd love to get your thoughts on a player like Michael Adamo. Do you have much to do with him? He's obviously a super high roller now.
Yeah. No, I've never actually met him. One of my good mates, Braden Jinx, who was actually commentating, I think yesterday, is really close with him, actually, and they catch up for dinner and stuff all the time. Haven't had much to do with Michael myself, but from what I hear, he's a pretty sort of just chill, quiet guy who goes about his business, and is obviously an absolute, one of the very best in the world at the game, if not the best. So, and he's he started his poker journey just like a lot of us did. He was coming up through the Australian circuit and playing at your WPT casino series and stuff like that. So, the APLs and the APTs that we see in the Aussie circuit these days. So, and then all of a sudden, had a great amount of success and progressed onto the bigger stage and has done really well. So.
Yeah, I always have so much admiration for people like that.
3 bets, 350.
It's an incredible journey to get to that point where you're able to enter 200k events like he's just done in Monte Carlo. It's the 200k entry invitational, the Triton series. But no doubt that'll be you one day, Liam.
Sickening. It's just a sickening amount of money that I can't even fathom, and it's US dollars as well. So when you convert it,
yeah,
it's
nearly
like
400k or
it's
something.
like it's like 320 or something Australian dollars. It's just like a ridiculous amount of money, and obviously the very best of the guys playing that, and you need to be severely skilled and also, very mentally strong, I guess, to battle those games. Because imagine just going on like even a small downswing in those buy-ins, we're talking millions of dollars. So you need to be the best of the very best to, be battling those games.
8 fold.
Nice double barrel there from JP, getting the top pair to fold on the 4-line board there. Looking at the stack distributions here, it's started to even up quite a lot. JP, 10 million, and then we got 3 mil, 3 mil, 2 mil. It's actually quite a sick spot here for JP. He's just all the other guys are so incentivized to wait for other people to bust, so they have to play so tight. JP can just absolutely run over the table here, which we've seen him do so far. He can even, it gets to the point where guys have to play so tight, he can literally just go all in every hand if he wanted to, which sounds absurd. But when the stacks are so low, not so low, but 30 big blinds, 20 big blinds, 25 big blinds, JP, you see it quite a lot where the pay jumps are just so big that you can actually just jam hands sometimes. I mean, more often than not, we see min raises, which is definitely very effective because you can just take down the blinds very often. But it's pretty sick to see sort of how ICM implications change how people play and how tight you have to be, and which is just obviously such a sick spot for.
Can you explain ICM to the recreational players that might be following this broadcast?
ICM basically, in simple terms, it basically just refers to sort of being closer to the money or deeper in the money, and just how you have to change the way you play just to try and make yourself the most amount of money. So, generally when you're deeper in tournaments, ICM implications might be something like you just have to, fold, for example, Lachlan with the ace-10 before, just because the ICM pressure is so high, you might just have to fold that ace-10 just because he's incentivized, not to play big pots before a guy like Jared Busk who's got the shorter stacks. So it basically just refers to how you sort of change your range in order to make the most money available to you. Everyone's chips are worth a certain amount of money right now, so any amount of chips you lose is the ICM value of your chips goes down. Even a hand, if someone has a 3 million chip stack, even losing 500k, that could be worth almost $10,000, and if you were to work out convert the chips basically.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's ICM is one of those things where it is even though there's so many resources that explain it these days and go through it, it still is not truly solved. Truly solved. ICM, independent chip management. No.
Is that what it stands for? No.
No, I think it's index chip model, I believe. Or independent chip model, sorry. Interesting hand here, actually. Chin opens the cutoff, really defends 10 deuce suited, which is standard. Check C-bet from Chin, really check raises, which he's obviously got 3 of a kind, so he's going to check raise sometimes. Probably not all the time, because I think obviously, as we were just speaking, Krilly's obviously not super incentivized to play massive pots, but at the end of the day, he does have 3 of a kind, so it can't be bad. Chin does decide to defend the pocket 3s here, which is a little bit spicy, but I don't mind it. He really should theoretically sometimes have hands like Queen 9, Jack 9, maybe some flush draws. Should have like some hands here that want to check raise, so I assume that's why Chin decided to peel this here. Ace on the turn does go check, which is interesting. I think Krilly was checking the turn with thoughts that maybe if Chin was bluffing or did turn top pair that he might have a bet. So Chin does decide to check back. And we'll see what Lachlan does here. He could be really sneaky and actually check the river here and hope that Chin decides to value bet an ace or turn something into a bluff. Krilly is very, very sneaky, so he could even check here, but at the end of the day, I think if Lachlan does put his opponent on an ace, he can also just
surely you gotta bet the 10.
Is
he going to get a lot of calls from like ace? Yeah.
Ooh, this is very interesting.
Ooh, yep. Well, he's bet, hasn't he?
1.1 million here.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? Huge.
Yeah, I think the reason like Lachlan checks the turn is because Chin has like the nut advantage in the hand. So Lachlan can't really have aces. He can't have kings. He can't have really have 10s. He doesn't have like the very, very best hands available, whereas Chin does because he's raised pre-was.
He's trying to get a call, you'd say, from an ace.
Yeah, so
that Chin could have.
What Krilly's doing here is he's betting almost pot to target a hand like ace-x to call here.
Yeah.
And I think he's left 900k behind. And I think, honestly, I think that if Chin jams, that Lachlan would actually just snap fold, to be honest. I think you'd find. Chin is tanking. I'm not sure if he's thinking about bluffing or just, yeah, he does decide to fold. I'll definitely need to ask him later, but I think Lachlan actually would have folded if Chin jammed there. I don't think Chin really should ever have I don't think he has many bluffs there, like, at all. So that would probably be the reason why Lachlan would bet fold on the river, because it's just such an under bluff spot. And if you look at the hands that Chin can have, you know, aces comes to mind, which is obviously aces full. So that's a kind of hand that could, you know, call the check raise and then sometimes sneaky check back the turn because he's obviously super nutted in position. So, but yeah, it's a nice pot there from Lachlan. He's going to chip up to about 40 big blinds, I believe. See Chin here with the king jack off 27 big blinds. Probably open this one up. Has been very active, Chin, very, very active. Has to definitely tone it down quite a bit now, just because he doesn't have all the chips like he did before.
Yeah, his aggression frequency has been pretty.
Yeah, he's
pretty high, hasn't it?
Been really aggressive here, and this is definitely a standard open. But we'll need to just sort of be careful of what he is opening. Just you know, obviously now that he's second shortest, JP should be putting a lot of pressure on. Just all those stacks being so tight, like. The pay jumps are just so ridiculous. When you look at the numbers, it's 27k now for fifth, but then it's 70k for second, and these guys all basically being tied for second. That's, you know, that's $40,000 worth of pay jumps that, you know, is literally won by just outlasting the next guy. So everyone asks what's the payouts. If you check in the Facebook group, the Facebook stream, it should be listed, but it's 27,500 for fifth, 35,500 for fourth, 49,250 for third, 70,500 for second, and a cool 115.
Yeah, so big jumps
up
there.
Top. Yeah.
As
so
you move up a place, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty large jumps. I mean, if you think about it, it's going to be almost $100,000 difference between first and fifth here, which is kind of sickening in itself. So
must be for you even as well. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just seeing that,
Absolutely.
knowing that you busted earlier.
Absolutely. Just needling me.
You know what? Plenty of
Unbelievable.
events for you to enter though, coming up.
Exactly. There's more. We've got the vault and we got the grind still coming up, and then we've got. I'm sure there'll be heaps of stuff running, like a bunch of 500s and stuff that'll be running throughout the day. So. GG earlier, Mr. Jehu. Thank you, Nick Mooney.
I'm friends with Nick as well.
Are you actually?
mates with him?
Are you actually friends with him?
Yeah, I've known him for a while.
Oh, really?
Nick's a player back in Melbourne, isn't he?
Yeah, Nick is.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine, actually. Thank you, Nick.
Well, there we go. We share a mutual friend and we just found out.
Muni EV. Yeah. Thank you, Mooney. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you for the messages today as well. Pretty cool here. Jin turns 2 pair. What was the action here? I didn't see. Jark opened the cutoff. Jin defended the big blind. It was very standard. Check, bet, call, flop. Standard. Check, bet again. Yeah, this is a very standard hand so far, actually. Jark's gonna have a lot of hands that want a double barrel here. King Jack probably being one of them. If Chin's check calling Queen 4 on the flop, then you know, he's check calling a hand like 7-4 and 7-5 and stuff like that, and those hands just have a miserable time here on the turn calling a bet. Obviously, Jack sort of ran into it here with Chin turning 2 pair, but yeah, it's a very, very cool double barrel here from Jack. He's just absolutely run into the nuts though, which is the issue. And Chin does decide to just check jam, which I don't hate. Obviously, he unblocks Ace X that want to call, so if he has a hand like Ace King, obviously he gets called by that. You know, there's obviously 2 diamonds on board. He wants to protect on the flush draw. The only downside is obviously when he does have bluffs, he obviously just gets a snap fold, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, nice one there from Chin. And we turn to the chat. Dylan Wayne says, "Hi Liam, how did you send all of your chips to the abyss?" Well, Dylan, Lachlan opened the cutoff off 20 bigs, and we 3-bet jammed. We had like 24 bigs, so we covered. We 3-bet jammed 20 effective with Ace Queen off in the big blind, and Lachlan very quickly called with Ace King, and we were very short after that. And then we went down to 1 big blind. We saw Jared get it in with 2 kings against Queen 3, whilst I had 1 big blind. JP 4-bet jam Queen 3. Thinking that Jared couldn't call because I had 1 big. Jared very quickly called with kings. And the flop came Queen Jack 6, 2 clubs. So JP flopped top pair with a flush draw, so I was flipping to get a 5k pay jump, and it was not to be. And then we ended up 3-bet jamming A7 off for 7 big blinds versus JP open, who was opening really wide, and unfortunately ran into top of range. Where JP had Ace Jack, so that was how we busted. And shout out Dan Desmond in the chat. Shout out for the Go to Filthy Recreationals. Foz tuning in. Yeah, Josh Foster is a filthy recreational. Shout out to Josh.
Better not bring explode all over the table.
Dylan says I'd recommend getting it in ahead, brother, but it is what it is. I know, but I got it in with Ace Queen against Ace King, and then I got it in with Ace 7 against Ace Jack. I don't know why I went all in when they had better hands. It was definitely not the way to go.
Thanks so much, Jamie, as well, for your nice comment there. Poker enthusiasts indeed. One's a professional, the other is not, but he's an enthusiast nonetheless, and I do love the game.
8 folds.
Getting better intellectually, even just listening to Liam here, I feel like he's a poker encyclopedia.
That's
it's hard not to progressively increase your poker knowledge just listening to Liam.
That's an outrageous comment. Definitely not. Definitely not. There are so many people in poker that make me look like an absolute idiot. So that's very nice of you to say that.
Very self-deprecating. I don't think that was necessary, Liam. Don't sell yourself so short. I think a lot of people, we've received so many comments praising your commentary, and this commentary has been great. I've really enjoyed our dynamic and our chats, just even hearing about your background in poker and your way of analysing these players.
How do I mute it, by the way?
8 calls.
Sort of.
Left.
I was just wondering.
Maybe like
quite fancy, I
1.85
like it.
behind, 1.9.
It's just Liam, they're praising the technology we have out the back here in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's quite a cool setup. It's quite different to what I'm used to, but yeah, it's really cool actually.
Well, I think you'll be joining us a lot more
I hope so.
in the APT commentary box. Your exceptional knowledge does not go unnoticed, and it's been a pleasure to have you on. So we'll probably have to get you on later as well once we chop out, to get you on back on later, maybe if you're not playing.
Yeah, I actually don't even know what I'm doing tonight. There's a few events on. Obviously, there's the grind and the vault, so I need to sort of sort my schedule out a bit. It's always like kind of weird when you're making like day 2s and day 3s. It sort of throws out like all of the sort of like planning and scheduling and stuff like that. Are we able to minimize that?
Yeah, so
Hit me with the deck.
Yeah, I need a bit of help now.
Bit of deck hitting. Didn't go astray.
Dylan says that I'm perhaps the master of
Couple of them.
game theory. Was that optional or optimal? I don't know. I think Dylan's just making fun of me.
are you mates with this person?
Yeah. Me and Dylan are friends. He just likes to bully me
5
and
rates,
call me a
240.
fake reg all the time.
7 folds, 8
Game theory optional.
It's not very nice, Dylan.
It's true. So like GTO stands for it's like it's meant to be optimal, not optional. But we sort of joke about.
He's joking about it. Yeah.
Yeah. We sort of joke about like like sometimes not not always doing the thing you're meant to do and sort of taking the more aggressive route. For example, sometimes I get caught a bit of a punter sometimes. But
You told me that earlier today when I saw you for a coffee.
Yeah, everyone bullies me.
Told me
about
that you're just a nut job aggressive player.
Allegedly. Timo says, you mentioned earlier the insane buy-ins of Damo, but what about the amounts of buy-ins in the series? Do you think at least some part of the poker population are overexposed in terms of buy-ins versus winnings? It's actually a good question. I mean, it's weird because like we're playing tournaments, right? So 88% of the people that enter each tournament are going to walk away with $0. So it's like most of the people that play are not going to cash, which is just how tournaments work. It's very different to a cash game, obviously. So it can happen where people going down swings and stuff. Like mathematically, you're only meant to cash, 1 in 9 times or something like that. So it can happen where people fire, a lot of buy-ins and things cannot go their way. But also at the same time, like some of the very best players in the world go on really big downswings, and all it takes is sometimes one random bink or one tournament to claw back and get back into business. So it's just the variance that comes in tournament poker. I've seen Troy in the chat as well, giving away all of Dylan Wayne's secrets. Well, I would never do that. I don't even consider it. And we've got a 3-bet pot here actually. Chin opens under the gun, ace-jack suited. JP decides to 3-bet the king 9-0 out of the big blind and putting max pressure on, whilst these guys are 5-handed. Blinds just went up as well actually. Chin decides to call and we see a queen-jack 4-flop.
3 bets, 500.
This is quite interesting actually. JP's probably going to blast off on this board, I'm assuming. Is drawing to the effective nuts here to a 10. Can make a king as well. Chin's going to have a tough time here calling down 3 streets or
5 calls.
Or 2 streets rather if JP was to jam a turn card. Let's see what it is though. It is the 3 of hearts. Oh, that's very interesting. Chin picks up the nut flush draw as well here. It's really awkward here because I know JP wants to bluff here, but if he does sort of want to bluff, it's hard to pick a sizing that isn't all in just because the stack to pot ratio is so low. I think what we could see here is, I think JP could actually check back here and decide to bluff some rivers. but it's really awkward here as well. JP's also thinking that Chin has to call really tight, and he's like, I also think that if JP goes all in here, I don't think Chin will call, but I'm not sure if it's a specific hand wants to just go all in.
What would you do here in this position if you were JP?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't mind betting less than all in, which he's done. I probably wouldn't bet that big. Very interesting. Chin just snap folds. Oh, no, sorry. Snap jams. Oh, wow. Okay.
Wow. So ballsy, I feel. Chin's a ballsy player.
Absolutely snap jam. I didn't even see it was that quick. Wow, he just decided the chips are going in. And
You don't like double ups, hey? You don't like double ups. I should call. Maybe. Seemingly.
Jared's just sort of poking fun here at Chin. We've seen Chin, especially from when I played with him as well. There were multiple times where I'd 3-bet him and bet flop, bluffing, where I was just I was planning on blasting off on future streets, and I've noticed he doesn't like that at all. He definitely just likes the hand getting over with. There were multiple times where he just quickly went all in and just wanted the hand to be over with. We saw Jared before sort of poking fun, saying, I just think you didn't know what to do and you just wanted the hand to be over with. So I think we've sort of seen Chin doesn't really like getting put in really tough spots here. He just sort of just wants to not have to face really big decisions. That's sort of why Jared was just poking fun out there. But as Jared was saying, you don't like double ups, do you? Because he's sort of he's insinuating that he should just call and let JP bluff. But kind of makes sense with Chin's specific hand. He didn't want to have to.
If you had a set of jacks,
he didn't want to have to just call down.
Huh? If you had 3 jacks, you got to call. I don't have a set, bro.
If you had to pick, Liam,
I mean, I think
your leading favourite here. If you had to pick one of them, who would you say has the chocolates at present?
I mean, JP's obviously got all the chips, so you have to go with him. I think. I'm hoping for Crilly, for Lachlan, because he's a very good mate, and it would make my week a little bit better as well in the pocket if he decided to go ahead and do it. So that would be really cool if he did that. We see Jark here just open jamming. It looks like about 17 big blinds with ace queen offsuit here. I would say it's pretty standard. He could. I mean, like theoretically, like non-ICM considerations, he should probably raise and then call off a jam. But with such like aggressive opponents like Chin and JP, I don't think he really wants to get 3-bet and then if they were to jam, he doesn't really want to have to like call off with Jared being so short with the pay jumps. So yeah, I don't mind just the open jam there for 17 big blinds. Just with the ICM considerations. We see Dylan also said, I've offered Liam advice twice and he scoffed. Back to the drawing board. I would never scoff at your advice, Dylan. I definitely consider it. I wouldn't have asked for it if I scoffed at it. I would have, if I didn't want to hear it, I wouldn't have asked for it. And this is a big
JP
hand.
with queens in the cutoff.
3 raised, 250,000. 5 folds.
Jared's tanky. Ace-5 offsuit. It's actually not a bad jam here. JP's opening super wide as a chip leader. Jared does block the nuts, has a lot of forward equity, and he does decide to take the spot, and he's going to get the very bad news. JP is, unless Jark has a hand in the big blind, which he's thinking about, I think he's going to have 2 9s. I've got a feeling he's going to have 2 9s, or he's going to have ace-queen. Or maybe not ace-queen, maybe ace-jack suited.
1,510,000. All in. 1,500,000.
Ace-jack suited or pocket 9.
Are we going to get something spicy here? I can feel it brewing, potentially.
He does have the ace-jack. He calls, and JP is going to snap with queens, and Jared Thatcher is drawing very dead, but it's also Jared Thatcher, so he can always find a way because his name is Jared Thatcher. This is an amazing spot here for JP. Such a sick spot. They block each other's outs. There's only 2 aces left in the deck. Jared Thatcher is going to need a lot of clovers on the flop. And Jark's going to need an ace. I don't mind the call here from Jark. It is a shame that he's run into the nuts with JP. Obviously, if JP folds, he's in a great spot. Ace Jack v Ace 5.
Gentlemen, good luck.
Let's see a run out.
Bro, gotta look after you. Oh, that's a good window.
Wow, very interesting here. 10-9-3. 3 to a straight for all 3 players. Jared's going to need a 5, a 4, or a 2 to have equity. A diamond also gives a flush draw for Jark. Ooh.
Oh.
Now we've got more outs here. Jark drawing to an ace or a queen. He's got 4 outs running once, and it's no good.
Oh,
JP,
2 eliminations. 2
JP
eliminations.
with a double elimination, and we're going to go down
huge.
to 3-handed.
So Jared Thatcher and Jack Ramsden, bad luck boys, well done. Did well to get this far. Double elimination.
That's a sick spot there.
What did you hit?
That is a sick
Yeah,
spot.
he opened cut off.
Yeah. Shortest stack, biggest stack.
Oh my god. Too much. Oh my god. Is this real life, bro?
I think we just need to scroll that up as well so it keeps like refreshing.
Yeah. Yeah. If you've just joined us, everyone, I'm Lucy Lekic here in the commentary booth, joined by Liam Jehu, who was on this final table just recently, came a gallant 7th, and he's been kind enough to join me here and provide some expert analysis. And we have just witnessed a double elimination of Thatcher and Ramsden. So, yeah, Liam, do you want to go through what happened in that particular hand?
Yeah, no, it was pretty sick. JP, who's been raising every hand as he should, being the chip leader, putting pressure on, raises the cutoff. Jared 3-bet jams the ace 5-0, which is, I mean, obviously a little bit, wide, obviously, but has blockers to obviously, the best hands. Heaps of fold equity. Like JP is raising a bunch of garbage. He's going to have heaps of fold equity. He's going to win more often than not and take down the 4 or 5 big blinds or so. Jark wakes up with the ace jack in the big and decides to take it, which is obviously going to be a call if he thinks that Jared's jamming hands like ace 5 offsuit and stuff like that. Then obviously he's gonna call, and then Hodge or JP just absolutely has the 2 queens. So yeah, pretty sick spot. It's actually a great spot for Lachlan, who gets the double ladder up to, I think it's about $50,000 now, which is pretty sick.
Got a comment there from Dylan for you, Liam.
I think he's absolutely just talking nonsense now, Dylan. Just trying to poke fun. Says, can you and the co-host discuss probing turns after villain checks on a range bet board?
Yeah, right.
Dylan's absolutely just talking nonsense here.
Yeah.
And as we cross back here to the action, JP's run good continues. Queen's full of kings on the turn here. Lachlan with 0 outs. And yes, it is ending. Jared, only 2 FTs in the last 2 days and no win. There was a bit of a joke going around. A few of the guys made these T-shirts with photos of Jared on the front saying, "When will it end?" So it was a bit of a joke. Because Jared's had such a good year and he just hasn't done super great in the last couple of weeks. So they were just sort of joking around saying, "Oh, when will it end? The run bad." When everyone sort of jokes about Jared running really good. So bit of a practical joke, but yeah. It ended in 5th place, Craig, for for a collective $27,500 for Jared. So it's another nice score to add to the resume, the ever-growing one for Jared. So GG's to him and GG's to Jark as well. Jared Thatcher or Lachlan take it down. Well, Lachlan is a chance. Jared no longer. Pretty sick spot here for Lachlan getting the double out of there. It's almost, I think it's about $20,000 in pay jumps that he got from that double elimination. And nice interesting dynamic here too, with JP having all of the chips and then Tuna having about half, and then Krilly having about half of chin stacks. So it's pretty much a perfect split of 50%. What would it be? It would be like, I think what JP probably has about 55% of the chips.
It's flopped trips here, hey.
3 club. Ooh.
Look at the aggression frequency of JP, 42%. I thought it might even be higher than that. I wonder what the VPIP is. I would say it'd be close to 50% if I had to guess, which is his voluntary put in pot percentage, meaning any hand where he puts money into the middle voluntarily. Usually hangs around the 25 to 30% mark. I think JP would probably be running close to 50 on this FT, just putting max pressure on.
Wonder if we can get those stats back here, I'll ask when we get out.
Seeing the open here with the Queen Deuce of Diamonds, which is very standard, and Lachlan will defend the big blind here with the 7-6 suited off about 22 big blinds, and we'll see 3. Not much work for Lachlan. JP flopping the largest available pair on the board. Most likely going to come through. Ooh, decides to check back. Interesting.
Heads up.
Lachlan does pick up outs here on the turn.
Were you expecting him to bet there after that flop?
Pretty often, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
He's had a really high C-bet percentage, which he should, just putting max pressure on. Definitely going to be a lot of hands that he's going to want to check back with, theoretically, but obviously, just so different, being so deep in the tournament and having all the chips. Lachlan's just, not like, if he's to lose like a C-bet, it's almost like 10% of his stack so deep in the tournament. So yeah, and we see on the turn, delayed C-bet and Lachlan snap folds there.
Alrighty guys, time for Liam and I to wrap up. Liam, it's been awesome having you on here in the commentary booth. It's been an absolute pleasure. Your poker knowledge is second to none, and I hope to get you back in soon. But for now, we're gonna do a changeover. Harvey Silva is going to be back in the booth, and he's going to be joined by Jack Ramsden, just recently one of the eliminated boys in the double elimination. So thanks so much, everyone, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much.
You wish me good luck.
5 folds. Calls, option. 3 checks. Heads up. 125.
Big thanks to Lucy and Liam. How insightful was that? Harvey Silver back with you now, and someone's just grabbed the very unfortunate Jack Ramsden off the table, one of the victims of that double elimination, but he's a lot of fun, and I'm sure he's going to be pretty reflective when he comes in and sits down next to me. Hopefully it's as informative and interesting and entertaining as you've just had for the last hour with Liam and Lucy.
Pre-vet, 45.
Jack just settling himself in here. Threw all the toys out of the cot, but he went and picked them all up, so I think he's in a much better mood now. Jack, your ace Jack, unfortunately hit a really unfortunate spot there against the Queens.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a pretty standard shove, obviously, against JP. He's super aggressive, but very happy, great result, good tournament, pretty strong final table, good players.
You took fourth money?
I got fourth, yeah.
Fourth, yeah. Very nice. So 3 left here. And it's been a long couple of days on this in this tournament, but I'm sure you're very used to that.
I am quite used to it, but yeah, you do get you start to get tired, obviously. You can see a lot of the players starting to get tired. So we've got Lachlan shoving from the button with the ace-9 suited.
Now that you're out, I suppose we can easily ask you the question, who do you favour here? You've been playing against these 3 guys for quite a while now. Whose style suits? And obviously the chip stacks are going to have a big play in this.
So everyone, I'd say, is like relatively competent who's left. But with the chip stack and his style, I would have to favour that JP's likely to take this down. Lachlan, I'd say, is probably the strongest player, but obviously he's got a big task with a short stack.
Bit of feedback from Dylan there. Liam confirmed best face for commentary. Clearly they didn't flash the camera to Lucy too often. Gorgeous Lucy Lečić, who in her own right is a very talented and knowledgeable poker player. Gone to a flop here, Jack.
Yep, Lachlan defending the Jack-10 off. We'd expect to see a C-bet, and most likely Lachlan to call. Oh,
3 checks.
Playing it tricky.
Oh, and guess what?
So, I think he's known by Crilly more by everyone, actually, so that's gin for him.
Gin, exactly.
See how he chooses to proceed. Wow. Checks again. I think Crilly's going to have to bet this now and go for some value.
Obviously, he's not to know that Jean-Peter has the queen, so he's got the top pair. What sort of bet sizing is going to do the job
Guessing
here?
About 400.
2 bets, 375.
Because JP's checked back so much, he might feel like he definitely has the best hand and try and put a bit of pressure on here.
He's scooping up handfuls of chips here. That's what happens when you have too many chips, isn't it, mate?
Not
Good
a
problem to
I've
have.
had. He should likely just call here though, because when he raises, he only ever gets called, I think, when he's behind. Wow.
Oh, wow. Wowee.
Perhaps a slight misstep there from JP.
I actually think Lachlan said called before he even finished saying all in, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he beats him into the pot there. Nose is never folding.
No. Wow. So it's a smallish hit for JP, but it's still a hit when you're that big a chip leader.
For sure, and I think he, like I said, I feel he's probably the strongest player left, and obviously you never want to double someone up who plays very well.
Jack, you were in here for a fair bit yesterday. We had some fun, and you got to tell a lot about yourself, but obviously we've got a few new people listening. Question, standard Pommy question from Jamie. What part of England and who do you follow in the Premier League?
Okay, so hello to Jamie. I am from Watford, but unfortunately I'm not a Watford fan, I'm an Arsenal fan. So
It's not unfortunate.
yeah, about 40 minutes north of London.
Got to say, Jack, I'm really, really enjoying the banter between the Spurs and Arsenal fans at the moment. I don't think we've really had anything like this for a long time. Spurs, of course, on the top of the table under Ange Postecoglou, the first Aussie to ever manage in the Premier League, and
I'm sure you guys are absolutely loving it.
We are. I will tell you a little secret. I actually played with Ange back in the under-17s together. I was a soccer player back in the day before I did my knee and got
football, right,
football.
Harvey?
Sorry, football. We've got we've got so many codes here. So I'm a West Ham fan, and I'm now a Tottenham fan. I've got to be honest. I'm following them really heavily.
I'm off. That's it. Like, it's too much.
Yeah, but it's amazing, isn't it, what he's been able to do there, and what a great rivalry, genuine rivalry now between Arsenal and Tottenham on the field as well as off the field.
Yeah, it could be a bit hairy, for sure. What position did you play?
I was a winger. I was not a very good player, but I was very fast. And then I needed a knee reco at 21. I lost half a yard of speed, and that was it. That was all she wrote. So played in the lower leagues for a long time, but remained really good mates with Ange and a lot of those guys that I played with, and I can't tell you how happy and proud I am of what he's been able to achieve, not just at Tottenham, but also at Celtic. It's quite incredible. I would go as far as, I know we've had some amazing poker achievements in the world, but I would go as far as saying that potentially that's what he's doing is the greatest Aussie success sports story that I can think of. It's quite amazing. So,
okay,
yeah, it's incredible. Okay, we're going to have the small against the big into the flop.
So, obviously, JP's got a big lock on this hand. Imagine that he might check this, but it's going to be hard to get any action, I would say, from 9 high.
And you're right. You've been playing for a long time. You've played all over the world. Impressed with this week and how it's been put together and the venue and
Oh,
et cetera, et cetera?
It's been fantastic. Obviously, there's people from all over, Australia, New Zealand. Met some really, really cool people. The atmosphere, I'd say, is one of the best tours I've ever been to, if not the best. I'd like to thank you guys, obviously, really looked after me as well. And the structure of the tournaments has been fantastic, but also I'd say the thing that I've enjoyed the most is people really still enjoying the game rather than just playing like robots. Everyone's chatting, laughing, having a good time, most people, I'd say. So yeah, no, it's been fantastic. Venue's been fantastic as well. And like I said to Ado yesterday, I'll be back next year. And I'll definitely get the permission slip now after that cash.
Yeah, that was a nice cash for you. So if you... Some pretty suited connectors there for Lachlan. And he is going to enjoy that flop too with 2 diamonds there.
Five bets, 120.
Lachlan's got a lot of fans on the chat. Bring it home, says Camilla.
Just to answer to Craig, no, I'm not a darts player. But
Yeah, Craig has asked up there if you're a darts player. He's definitely got the darts voice, I can tell you that, but...
180.
180.
So we're probably going to see Lachlan bet and take the pot here, I would imagine. Unless he's going to check and just try and realise his equity.
Might get lucky here. He doesn't, though.
Lockout freeze, your blinds are up. 5,000, 10,000. 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante, please.
Expect to see a bet from Lachlan here. He's definitely not going to show down 8 high. Say the music selection's been pretty awesome here as well.
Oh, I thought you were going to say ordinary. No, it's been good. Everyone's up dancing to this stuff. He's going to bet, of course.
Bets 275,000.
Yeah, recognising no need to bet too big. Just wants to fold out all the air that he still loses to.
Nice. You did mention one thing that I've noticed here. Chatty. Tables are really chatty.
Yeah. Everyone having a great time. Like, you can see, it's nice to see you have all the different stakes on offer as well, you know, like you ran a 25k high roller, you have this 2.5k, we've got 10k, but you've also got more affordable, more achievable buy-ins for everyone.
We've got a $120 tournament starting at half an hour. So, yeah, if you're in the Sydney area, come on down. There's so many tourneys going on concurrently. So many people in the room. It's a great buzz.
I mean, we'd invite people down as well. If they're poker fans, you'll definitely see a lot of your favourite players. And got Joe here as well, obviously, Joe Hashem.
And we do probably need to update everyone on the Hashem deep stack, because the last time we spoke, Tony Hashem was still in that event down to the last 17, but he's out. I think he went out about 15th.
Yeah, I just walked past and I didn't see Tony still sat there, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, he couldn't really win his own tournament, could he? That wouldn't have been quite right.
We'd be asking him some questions.
Yeah, we would. But good effort. There was a lot of starters in that event, so maybe 200 starters. So he's done really well to get through to there. And I'll tell you, he's done it extra well because every time he's not in a hand, he's standing up on his telephone. So it's crazy.
Yeah, he's certainly a busy guy.
So Jamie's asked you about the Pommy poker scene, but you're now living in the Philippines, aren't you?
I do live in the Philippines, Jamie. So I'm not as familiar with the pub game scene in England, but we do have certain legal restrictions where I believe £500, I think 1,000 AUD is the maximum you're allowed to pay for in a pub, not per person as a whole pool. But it is still popular. We still have poker leagues. Not as big as it perhaps was 10 years ago. But a lot of our local casinos tend to run smaller buy-in tournaments as well, sort of. You're starting at perhaps the equivalent of 50 Aussie dollars up to 100. Most days there'll be something like that running.
Say the vast, sorry, I'd say the vast majority of our players here started in pub poker. Be very familiar with it. Our pub poker scene still pretty hot, pretty
very popular. When I was a backpacker here, maybe 15 years ago, I worked for one of the pub leagues, and that was probably how I really started to get into it.
Just a reminder, if you've joined the stream recently, this is the Goliath. This was a $2,500 buy-in event. We had over 200 runners here. Great prize pool. It's the biggest prize pool that we've ever had for the Goliath on the Australian Poker Tour.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Jack Ramsden got all the way through to fourth. Sitting next to me here, come off the table. Through, as I said, threw the toys everywhere, but collected them and got his head back together. Just a bad spot, unfortunately, with Ace Jack in the big blind. And
you know,
what can you do?
The most tilting thing when I bust is as soon as I bust, I know you're coming over to find me.
Well, I haven't had to come over too often. You've had a nice, good run here, but that was a good cash for you, wasn't it?
Ah, mate, fantastic. The structure was also fantastic as well. Nice slow blinds, so you can really get a lot of play, a lot of time to think about what you're doing.
All right, we've got a suited ace king against a pair of sevens, and the heart starts pumping a little bit because you start to feel that we could see something here.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see all of the chips going to the middle here. I mean, Krilly's obviously limping to raise, and JP will probably take the line of just jamming, and if he's behind, he's behind.
You have a preference? 2 overs or a pair? What would you prefer to be holding at this point?
I will take the pair.
Okay. You'll take the extra 1%.
1% is 1%.
Yeah.
Let's see what sizing he opts for. Yeah, 1.2. It's a good sizing. Now we see how JP decides to proceed. They are quite deep. He could just call.
I've obviously been watching him for a while. My feeling is he might jam here just on the basis of
my
what we've
feeling
seen.
is he'll definitely jam here.
There you go.
But I think I would personally probably have just called.
There's the jam.
Off to the races we go.
Come on.
So a really big moment in this really big tournament.
Huge spot for both players.
if the sevens hold here, JP becomes a massive, massive chip leader going into heads up.
It's not a great flop for Lachlan. Not really any back doors other than the straight. It's a really bad card, obviously. Now any hot ace or king doesn't help him.
And the sevens hold up. And there's a fair bit of celebrating going on the table here. That's a massive pay jump as well for the two remaining. Well done, Lachlan. Played incredibly well.
GG to Lachlan.
Really should be happy with that.
And then that's us moving to heads up now with JP with 75% of the chips in play.
So we'll probably have a short break now going into heads up. So we'll get to see our beautiful faces. You should have crossed over a bit more often when Lucy was in here. But anyway, this is us.
Yet to meet Lucy, but heard about her.
This is the big Pom who's done so well down here. So we're heads up now. Massive chip lead, of course, for JP. How do you see it playing out?
I mean, I would have to bet on JP to win, but, you know, one double up, they're even chip stacks. But it's very, very hard heads up. There's no hiding. And if you're playing against an aggressive player with lots of chips, it makes it very, very difficult.
All right, well, we're going to take a little break while they sort out the chips and also get ready for heads up. Come back and join us. It's going to be a great finish. Thanks, Jack. I'm going to let you go and have some dinner because you must be starving and you're not a little man, so...
yeah, I can eat a little bit, you know.
Eat a little bit and might come and join you for a Guinness or something a little bit later on.
All right, that sounds like a good plan to me.
All right, well, thanks. Don't go too far. We'll be back.
everyone. And congratulations.
Alrighty. Oh.
300. 3 rays, 300,000.
Yes, welcome back to the ABT. This is the Goliath. We are heads up here, and it is JP with pocket nines going up against Chinyor Chan. JP with a comfortable lead of 14 million against Chinyor Chan 6.2 million.
7 check. 3 bets, 250.
Just want to let everybody know that I am in the box here with Lucy
Lekic.
Lekic, thank you, Lucy. This is Aiden Glenn speaking. There is a deal made between the two players at hand. First place gets 100K and second place gets $85,500.
7 check.
What a monstrous tournament we have here. Lucy, this is the Goliath. It's the largest prize pool in APT history.
3 bets, 725.
Certainly is. So essentially these boys here playing for 15K. So.
Chinyor Chan's just picked up the flush on the turn.
He's got a flush.
Calls.
725 with the call. Jacks over nines versus the flush draw. We're looking for Chinyor Chan. We're going to have to look at his bet sizing here, Lucy. Goes check, check. Because both players are worried about the combination of the full house.
120, 120, 60.
So, Lucy, how have you enjoyed your week this week here at the Campbelltown Sports Club? First time at Australian Poker Tour?
What did you say? Campbelltown?
Bankstown Sports Club.
Wrong town.
I know.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I've been here all week helping out with all sorts of media. So I've been doing interviews of the players, which has been great fun, interviewing people who've been winning events, which is awesome, and just generally interviewing celebs, etc.
Rubbing shoulders with all the celebrities.
I mean, they're just people, aren't they? I don't treat anyone differently.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's been a great experience jumping in the box here too with you and with Harvey and just with Liam Jehu before, who came 7th in this event. He was awesome.
Yeah, great call team.
So knowledgeable and provided some great insights into the minds of these players who, you know, I mean, a lot of them are his mates as well. They all play regularly together and they're all exceptional players. So.
And that kid has just hit from strength to strength too. Speaking of Liam Jehu, he is running like God, picking up trophies all across the countries with every single brand. This is the Goliath. The big crystal trophy is sitting in the table, middle of the table at the moment. $9-7 of diamonds for JP from New Zealand. Many people from New Zealand have been watching and supporting JP. He's raised to 300K with his 9-7s. The 8 has hit here for Chinyor Chan.
Check. 3 bets, 250. Seven calls.
JP bets 250. Call.
7 check. 3 check. Heads up.
Very textural on the end of that board.
7 check.
Too many overs. This looks like a check, chap.
So heads up. Obviously very different sort of style of play, isn't it? Aiden. Playing a lot of more marginal hands, looking to exploit.
Yes, in the past, Lucy, this Goliath used to be the highest buy-in once upon a time at the Australian Poker Tour. Now that we've got the Lord Poker tournaments with their 10K buy-ins and their 20K buy-ins, it does sit third in the Australian Poker Tour schedule ranking for largest buy-ins.
Blue chips, not red chips. Nope. We got 8 minutes on the line. Seven calls. Up. Three raids, 500,000. Golds, need another 10.
Sorry.
It's alright.
Following this final table, we will be moving to the absolute prestige cars, the Grind. The buy-in for the Grind is $1,500. The prize pool currently standing is $1,061, 820. Starting chip stacks is 750. There's currently 124 entries and 77 people remain. We'll be running that coverage today and tomorrow, and also the TLPT, Lord Poker Tournament International 10K Challenge. That 10K challenge has just hit its guarantee.
7 calls.
The prize pool currently is $514, 250. Chin your chair here, King 5. Top pair.
7 check.
John Peter leads.
3 bets.
See a lot of leads happening here with John Peter with the 12 million stack. He has got the chips to continue, and if Chin your child's checking back, which he is making a trap here, I do like this play, trap play.
7 calls. Heads up.
Goes with the 2 pair.
7 check.
Yes, Jamie C in the comments. I totally agree with you. Jamie has written, the best thing about this tourney has been the lack of ego amongst the players and the good vibes. Really great sportsmanship and fantastic showpiece of how poker should be enjoyed. Congratulations to everyone involved. I totally agree. It's been a fantastic showmanship. Etiquette is everything at the poker table, and it's how you uphold yourself. Fantastic comment, Jamie. Thank you for chiming in. John Peter has double-barreled here. He's 9 high. Chin your chair. Might want to lock out the flush draw here. I do see a raise perhaps coming in. It's got to be careful of things like pocket queens, pocket eights, with the hands that may be ahead, with the backdoor draws of the flushes as well. Makes the call.
7 calls. Heads up.
9 of clubs.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, for Mini Main Flight D. This is your 2-minute call to come back to the tables, take a seat. If you haven't got a ticket into the Mini Main yet.
Interesting how he goes here. He's barreled twice. He's trying to figure out whether he can get the third one through.
Might just check showdown value.
Yeah. Yeah, at some point you got to wave the white flag. Otherwise, you could be bleeding chips.
Well,
All
that
in.
wasn't a check, was it?
No, Rip City. So yeah, again, going back to the analysis, pocket eights, pocket queens. The flush draw doesn't make it there. He's trying to represent the strength of particular hands that will make it, but Chin-Yo Chan, King Queen, Chin-Yo Chan, this could give him the chip lead if he can figure it out.
He's got a call. I mean, he's got two pair. He's got a call.
I guess what he's thinking at this point doesn't make sense. Can I put it together? He's going to be recapping what happened pre-flop, what happened flop, turn, river.
Yeah, and it was double flush, so busted flush draw.
You have it?
I
You're
don't
super light
suspect
forward,
he's passing this one. You just can't. I mean, it'd be great to have Liam's analysis in here again, but I just, yeah, I feel like even Liam would say, gotta come along here, surely. Yeah, he's just taking his time, but he'll call, I think.
Yeah, well, Chin-Yo Chan's got everything at risk right now. And it's a fair tank. He's just staring at the board. He's trying to figure it out.
Just joined us. We're heads up here in the Goliath event, and these two have done a deal. So they're essentially just playing for 15K. They're good mates.
Yes, currently Chin-Yo Chan has the best hand and is at a decision, which he makes the call. Great call.
Great call. Huh? Yeah, which he was always going to do.
Yeah, he went into the tank for a long time. Much doubt. He tried.
Went into the tank. Yep.
I thought I had king 3. I didn't realize I have 2 pair.
He just said he didn't realize he had 2 pair.
He didn't realize he had 2 pair. Come on. Of course he did. Maybe he just thought he had the king. He forgot about the 5
Maybe
on the
he thought he made the decision on the top pair.
Come on. Hard to believe.
I didn't even know I have 2 pair. I thought I had 1 pair. 2 pairs now.
2, 4, 5, 6, 6.2. 6,265,000.
Yeah, look, 17 million pot right now.
Yeah, I think he genuinely didn't know he had 2 pair because it was a snap call.
Yeah, he's crippled John Peter.
God, look at that now. So Chin-Yo Chan is on 17 million with 83% of the chips, and all of a sudden, positions have shifted here.
2, 4, 5.
JP was the chip leader for the majority of this final table, but that has reversed.
2, 4,
and
4.5, 5. 59.6, 265.
Chin-Yo Chan is up ahead now.
Yeah, look, it's trophy is so close for Chin-Yo Chan to win this event at the Goliath.
How much you have?
355.
Look, if the king was good enough, maybe if he double-checked his cards and seen the 2 pair, it would have been a sooner snap. But Taylor Veltmeyer, ship those chips. Just want to shout out to Taylor Veltmeyer. He's one of the best dealers on tour.
Blinds are up, confirmed.
Great guy too.
Would you have called with just the king? Man, I should never brought you. I should have learned the sweet. I should have learned the sweet and here with nothing. Oh, this guy.
I was ready to go home and have a nice bath.
You're the 80.
Go to the sauna.
The small blind, 80,000.
Chan there just saying he was ready to go home for a bath.
I know.
Everyone's knackered, aren't they, Aiden? Everyone's played a lot of poker the last few days.
Spa baths, bubble baths.
Probably wanted to go for a bath. Probably had enough.
You've been looking for a pool all week. I don't know. And did you find one?
I did not. I've been cooped up in this complex, which is lovely, by the way. It's a really nice place.
Yeah.
But yes, I've barely exited the building because we've been so busy here.
There's a waterfall in the middle of the building. It could do.
I saw that, but that's not the body of water I was after. Can't exactly go swim in there with the live fish.
Well, there's koi in there, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe when I go back to Melbourne tomorrow, I'll be going for a dip. It's good weather, which probably won't be.
Yeah, well, it could be anything. And being in Melbourne, it's 3 seasons in one day.
Yes.
959 diamonds.
Bet 160.
JP, about 18 bigs.
Calls.
Give or take. 8 on the turn. Be interesting if he wants to keep firing in this situation. He got 4s and 6s and 7s.
Bet 425.
To complete a hand. And he does. He doesn't give up.
He should call.
Yeah, he's on the. He
should call there. I reckon.
Yeah.
2 overcards and the gut shot.
Look, it's just. To be honest with you, it's just great aggression, and the aggression. Even though you don't have nothing, you've got to keep these little pots going. You've got a long way to come back, JP, and if you can do it, sensational heads-up battle.
Raise at 320. 12.
Sorry.
Yep.
It's a great atmosphere out there, isn't it, Aiden, at the moment? We've got, obviously, these guys here on the feature table and the heads up, but so many events going on behind us.
Yeah,
isn't there?
there's the grind that's
multitude
currently
of
happening.
events out there. The 10K.
10K, the Lord is
the Hashem
actually...
one? That's still going, isn't it?
Yeah, the Hashem.
So,
and I think there's PLO tonight as well.
Great vibes.
Great vibes. The Vault. The Vault has just got over its guarantee as well.
Thought I was going to get Liam back on in here, but he's just kind of entered the vault, so yeah.
Yeah.
And Amir as well, he might have come on, but they've entered.
Yeah.
They'd rather actually play poker than commentate it, which is fair enough.
Well, that's what they do for a job.
That's
and
it, yeah.
These boys, well, Amir, he jumped straight into the grind, and he did say to me earlier that he had an hour, and like we've all got our own schedules, and I think the combination between Liam and yourself has been widely appreciated from everybody else that had at home. I've seen the fantastic comments.
It's all Liam.
And then we had Harvey and Jack, and those two boys would have been exciting to listen to as well.
Me too.
You do?
Raise at 320,000. 920. 7 re-raise, 920.
Yes, thanks Craig Abernathy for the question of what is the vault guarantee. The Australian Poker Tour has guaranteed 150k for the first prize.
He's called here with what, all in, sorry, with the ace. Big hand.
Shows 3 done.
In heads up. All in.
He just rips City and then gets the fold.
JP isn't afraid of ripping it in. It's been very ballsy.
Yeah, and just from this morning when we first started this live stream, I did see that JP was playing a super aggressive game and he surprised me. So hats off to JP because he was probably my 4th pick in this Goliath, and I did mention that I hadn't seen much of him coming out of New Zealand compared to the other people at the tables.
So apparently he's he plays a lot online and he's really likes PLO.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've heard anyway.
Cool.
Very good player. Apparently his grandma's also a gun. I think she might have won an event in the Gold Coast.
Oh, right.
Of WPT. Yeah, I think she's a pretty good player as well. So they had a good family affair there.
Normally runs in the family when it comes to poker players, isn't that right, Liz?
Yes, yes. That's it. I know that firsthand.
Certainly does.
Not, you know, as exceptional as others. Here we go.
3 calls.
6 high versus 10 high. JP gets 5 more.
3 checks.
Both have straight draws here.
$400k and fold. Past them cookies all the way over to chin. Time to start stacking. This PLO has started at 7 p.m. It's a $350 buy-in. There is currently 71 entries. We are at level 5. Late Rego is to level 8. The prize pool currently is 21k. Maybe after JP either comes back to win this or gets a 2nd place. I feel a registration coming on loose.
They can't get enough.
No.
I mean, they love it.
He'll go from Hold'em to Raps and Pots.
Raise it 320.
I feel like anytime I talk to one of these poker players after they bust, I say, oh, you know, like you're going to enter another event, and they're like, nah, no, I'm pretty tired, and then they end up in an event.
I know. I know.
7 calls.
Is it obsession? Is it addiction? No, I doubt it's addiction, but
Both got really good
it's a
hands
competitive
here. Sorry.
nature.
It is indeed, hey?
It is a competitive nature.
Both very good hands. Here, pre-flop in heads up.
3 checks.
Sometimes you just need to be in it to win it, and if you
Look at
believe
that.
in yourself.
It's got trips.
Yes, he has. JP.
7 checks.
Is this the beginning of the comeback?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure that Chin's got enough, but it's only an 800k pot. There's a flush draw out there, but at home we know that nobody's got it.
3 bets, 375, 7 folds.
I have to say, Lewis, it's been a bit of a refreshing day after the hecticness of the last few days.
Yeah, it's been
Have you tried
relaxed.
any of the restaurants out here?
I actually haven't. I was just saying earlier to Harvey, I don't know, because I'm so distracted and busy here doing all the media, I haven't really eaten a proper meal. It's probably why I haven't been feeling 100%.
Yes.
So I'm keen to get back to eat some veg.
Meat
But yeah,
and
you can
veg.
get cooped up here. I think you just, you know, you're always on your feet here in the poker rooms, and yeah, it's hard to find the time to just sit down and have a break, I feel.
there's so many restaurants here.
So many restaurants here. I think there's 14 or so, and a lot of choice, and I don't know why we haven't tapped into that as much, but there's actually a lot here. It's a great complex.
I have been to La Pizza. It is like a little Italy. It looks like a movie set. Jack 7 off.
Three raises, 320,000. Yep, 10 more. 7 calls.
Oh God. 7-4 off. God.
It's a big one. He's
I
defending.
know, but oh God.
7 check.
JP is just so aggressive. He just keeps coming.
3 bets, 275. Fold. 7 calls.
Haviana Mitchell on the comments there. Yumcha isn't Yumcha anymore. So Devo, and it gave me runny bum on a 12-hour drive. Oh, that's lovely vocabulary there. Maybe we won't go to Yumcha then.
You weren't nauseous for a few days, were you, Havania?
Oh, got pocket queens here, JP.
Oh.
Very nice.
Oh, he's definitely representing it with the ladies. Probably going to get insta fold. JP is coming back here. He's up 2-point-something million since he has unfortunately lost to Chim's 2-pair. Heads up is the important part of the tournament, Lucy. However, it does slow down when you're sort of having to shoot the commentary, and there's a lot to play for here. The boys have got all the money on the line. They've got the trophy on the line, which is more important than anything when you are a competitive person.
In saying that, I feel like because they've done that deal, perhaps it lessens that chase for glory here. I mean, unless they, are just competitive by nature and really want that trophy. Yeah, I suppose there's less incentive here to really take it too seriously. But it seems like it sort of seems like they are at the moment.
75.
Here we're just going to have to wait for that cooler moment.
It's not like last night.
Aces over kings, kings over queens.
Yeah, less pressure when you do a deal. I mean, we saw last night when it was Yita versus his mate Didier.
Your teacher, yeah.
Yep, in the 25K, they did the deal and both just went all in every hand. And they had smiles on their faces, and it's a lot different to this vibe.
I actually left here last night so tired, and I ended up going down wanting to get some food because I hadn't eaten anything all day, just like yourself today, Liz. And I met Didier. What a absolute lovely guy.
Yeah, he's a nice dude.
He come up to me and he said he really wanted to get an interview, and I will send it to you, Didier. I appreciate that. And he thanked us for all the core team on last night. He said one of the greatest moments that he's had at a poker table.
Yeah, it certainly looked like fun out there. Oh, look at this. We've got Ace-3 suited and King-Queen suited, 2 big hands here in heads up.
Yeah.
3 bet to 1.1 million from JP, so over to Chin now.
You've got 5.8 behind.
All in announced.
All in.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. It's cold.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Come on.
Oh, I'm going to turn up the table.
Come on.
The rail could go crazy here. The depending.
Pick me. Nah, you always get picked, bro. Let me get picked once, bro.
Nah, I can't. Oh, I'll get the bag ready. I'll get the bag ready.
Good luck, players.
I already got the bag ready.
Open-ended.
Tumali. Club. Ooh.
Get the 3.
Ooh.
Don't do this, Somali.
Oh.
JP doubles up. He's on his way back.
Oh my god.
Pick me.
Oh, Lord. Is this real life, man? How you call?
Because I know I'm going to 3-bet full. That's right.
Wow.
3-bet knowing I'm going to pull it off. Whatever you do.
It's
And
good
just
hearing
like
it's
that.
it's so great just watching the boys come together.
Oh.
It's the king.
Unreal, man. I was so sure you weren't going to make it.
There it
I
is.
was
That is
so
the
sure I was
trophy.
going to win this. And the ring, of course.
Look
as
at the
well.
ring. Those rings are brand new by Nick
Ah.
Drakakis.
Pretty nice.
Yeah,
aren't
mate,
they?
I'd love to have one of those things on my finger. Absolutely glorious.
6,630,000.
Sure, you could organise one for yourself, seeing as you've worked here.
Wow,
Maybe
actually-
not. Only if you win a tournament, hey?
Yeah, I can't win tournaments. I just come second in main events. True story.
What a river indeed, Lily. That was...
Oh, I still have quite a bit to choose.
I feel like this is just indicative of
160,
this series so far. I've seen so many rivers like that have just completely thrown things out of proportion. Like, unbelievable the amount I've seen this series.
Yeah. Yeah, and Lily, you were right. What a river. That was all over Red Rover. And I wonder what they were singing down at the table. Did you hear them? Tamale, tamale.
No, I actually didn't. Oh, I actually didn't.
Yeah.
You're like 7. Just under.
Yeah, I hope to see all the New Zealanders in the chat now. JP is representing.
3 rays, 400,000.
Chinyon Chor, King 4 off.
7 gold. Heads up.
9-3-2.
7 check.
Up the waz. Kevy in the comments.
Heads up. 7 check.
A couple of years ago, it was the Goliath as well. Once the Goliath was won here in Brisbane, Johnny Kudarangi and a couple of our staff serenaded the Goliath winner with a haka.
Oh, actually?
It was powerful. And like the big Maori boy slapping their chest. And if you actually watch the introduction video to the Australian Poker Tour, he is on there.
Would love to see that.
It was an experience. It stopped the whole room.
Well, you'd think so. Something like that. I think everyone's tuning in for that.
Yeah.
Aiden?
I was just happy to capture it. It was, yeah, a moment that you'd never forget in APT history. Proud nation, the New Zealanders.
Seven calls, option. 3 checks. Heads up.
3, King, 8, 2 spades. Chin, your hits with the bottom pair.
3 checks.
Yeah, Jordan says JP should do the haka if he wins for Mutara home.
Solarak there said something in a language that I don't know.
Yeah, well.
Translate if you would like to do so.
Google Translate. Hold the phone up.
Three race, 320.
There's a couple of comments there that I probably have to translate now, Liz.
Who's Podge? I've actually seen a few people mention Podge on there. It's obviously a nickname for someone.
7 calls. Heads up.
Flop 2, 10, ace.
7 checks.
Let's hit the 10 there, JP.
3 bets, 275. 7 folds.
Podge
is
is
JP's nickname.
thank
Podge.
you.
Choice.
All right.
And I guess Yukiya
Jordan,
must
I'm going
be,
to inherit that now, and every time JP rages, I'm just going to change his name to Podge.
Well, that would make sense, and then
Yeah.
Yukiya is obviously Chan, so I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's now Podge versus Yukiya.
Online names.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Yukiya wakes up with pocket 10s on the button. Wow, it's heads up. Small blind.
320.
320 is he's raised it to. Min click.
Hope JP has something here.
Podge?
Yeah.
Podge has got dead man's hand.
Oh.
Yeah.
3 calls.
Get a flat call. Going
Come
to a
on,
flop.
let's see a juicy flop.
Oh, Podge has hit top pair.
Wow.
3 checks.
I don't see
Are we
Yukiya
calling him
going
Podge
away.
now?
Yeah, I've
All right.
completely changed their names. Liz.
Let's just refer to them as Podge and
Yukiya.
Yukiya.
Am I pronouncing it right for everyone home?
Okay, so
7 bets, 275.
Yukiya has bet 275. Got a call.
Yeah, gets a call there.
Heads up.
Oh my god.
2 pair for Podge. He's got to feel good. Can he bring it home to New Zealand?
Players and dealers in the lockout threes. Your blinds are up. 15,000, 30,000.
But then straight. The straight potential out there. Straight draw.
Yeah, I love the feedback, Terrence. Thank you so much. We're now with their online names while we do the heads up for the Goliath.
Oh god. He might go all in here potentially. Who knows? Nah.
Luce is ready to go home. Get it in.
Yeah, come
Get
on.
it in.
Come on in. I'm cooked. No, it's been fun. But as we've talked about with the rivers, I reckon he would hit the straight. I'm not kidding. I reckon he'd hit it straight on the river.
Yeah.
Also, apparently JP is very good at the haka, an expert we have intel on. I would love to see some haka from JP. If he wins, he's doing the haka.
I hope so.
We're gonna make it happen. That would be.
If there's anybody out there that is
unreal.
not in the commentary box right now with Meg and Luce, somebody yell out at JP, win this thing, and light it up here at the Bankstown Sports Club with a haka. Cameras out, let's go.
I so won't do it. Maybe if we give him a couple of beers, he might loosen up.
Get in his inbox.
I reckon he'll check back with the 10s here, you'd think.
Tanya loves it. Just want to let you guys know, Tanya's on YouTube. We've got It's,
Too bad.
I'm just going to call you Izzy. Izzy from New Zealand on Facebook. And we're live on Twitch, ladies and gentlemen.
Tanya, do you know
No beers for JP.
JP personally? If so, can you text him and tell him to do the haka if he wins? Because
Yes.
he might very well be on the verge here.
Be 180, 160, 160.
Just tell him to whip it out as well. Like, just do it.
It's like,
Unassuming, unexpecting.
as an Aussie, right?
The poker room is full right now. I reckon it would be unreal. if you
Luce,
did it.
as an Aussie, right? Like the last time that we seen a haka here at the Australian Poker Tour.
Oh, she's his mum.
Oh, mum!
Stop it.
Yes, mum, get
oh
in
my
there.
God, mum. Tell him to do it.
Yeah. As an Aussie here, you seen one Kiwi start it, right, and the other Kiwis they just like
Oh, no beers for JP, please.
they
Why
just
not?
tune in and they're like, oh, somebody's doing the haka, I gotta go join, and then it becomes 1 and 2 and 3, and then all of a sudden you got them all. It's
Heads up. 7 checks.
yeah. Shout out to all the cuzzies in the chat. Welcome.
3 bets, 200.
A no action flop here. If anyone's just
7 call. Heads up.
oh,
Oh, 9 of
nine
hearts.
hearts.
7 check. Three checks.
JP is coming back. He's just short of 3 to 1. It's chop pot here.
Yeah.
At this
Chop.
point of time. Chopportunity.
7 checks. 3 checks. Shut down.
If anyone's just joined us here, we've just found out that
2 pair, ace
that
kicker.
Podge JP can do the haka.
Yeah.
So his mum Tanya has very kindly let us know that. So I think we're going to try and get a haka out of him if he wins.
All I can keep saying, Luce, is if we keep talking about it and his inbox fills, it needs to happen somewhere because the country of New Zealand should be right behind this young man.
Oh. Edging closer to that victory. You'd think, look at that monster stack he's got. Podge.
Yeah. He won't do it, Mira.
All right,
we're a move.
He won't do it. All
Yeah.
right. Nice. Yeah, so apparently, well, I thought it was his grandma. Is it his mum or his grandma, the Brie, who won the women's WPT? Obviously, poker success runs in the Podge family. But yeah, let me know. Let me know if it was Tanya, his mum, or his grandma.
3 calls. Heads up.
Oi, Lucy, do you know
Got a
what?
flush here.
Do you know what? The one thing about the Kiwis, right?
7 check.
They think their pies are better over in New Zealand than they are here in Australia.
Disagree.
Have you had a pie over there?
No, I have not.
No?
Look at this.
Yes.
JP's hit the flush on the flop. Massive.
Yeah, shout out to Cody Mulby. Join him from the couch.
JP in the comments, yes, there was a deal. They've struck a deal. They're good mates.
They are.
They're
They have
basically-
struck a deal.
They're just playing for 15K.
Yeah. Just a cool 15K.
1 million. Folds.
And potentially some glory. You know, maybe they want the ring and the trophy. You never know.
160, 160.
100% flash.
And JP just continues
just
to slowly
keeps
build
coming.
build that stack.
Just
eh?
keeps coming. feel like we need some intense music here, like.
There's no haka yet, so no.
No, there's not.
That stack's so big it's extending to the seat next to him. Massive.
3 rates, 320,000.
Oh, his grandma's pretty good too.
Runs in the family, runs in the blood. That's
Normally-
huge.
I know.
Alrighty.
8-5, Jack 8.
So JP's ahead here. He's got.
Again.
They've both hit the 8.
Yeah.
Come on. But now there's a flush out there, so.
Right, open-ended straight for Yinchaw.
And open-ended, yep.
I think you'll slow down with the scare card on that flush.
7 check.
JP is so aggressive. Fires 400k.
3 bets, 400,000.
I can afford to be aggressive with such a massive stack. I mean, he could have checked there, but, you know.
I am so glued to this right now.
7 call.
2 hearts on the river. Another scare card. That might slow down. Check.
Check, shut down.
Yeah, check.
Check.
No weights. 3 weights, check, please.
We continue to build. 16 million.
Yeah.
Massive.
JP is flying. Podge has got his wings out. He's still collecting chips. He's coming back. It's really funny because his stack looks monstrous, but all the chips are still on the other side of the table.
Wiramu there says, Oz pies are terrible. That's not even being biased. Savage blow. I reckon you can find some good pies. Maybe not a 4 and 20, but there are some great bakeries around town if you go to the right one.
$4.20. Aren't they a package pie?
Yeah, I said they're not good. I
Oh,
said
no.
you can get really good ones at homemade ones.
You got to go to the bakery.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the best time I have a pie is normally 2 a.m.
320,000.
Maybe tonight.
3 calls. Heads up.
Mid pair there for
3 checks.
Podge. Iroquois, Jack 5, not much. But look, he's opening. He's going to start playing back.
7 bets, 275.
I wouldn't. I'd like to see JP check raise here. No, just flats.
3 calls. Heads up.
$100%. 100%. Any pie is good at that time.
The chat's just changed completely.
The chat has fired
I feel
up.
like it's gone from being really analytical and into just pie chat.
Yeah.
I guess it's heads up play, you know. There's not too much action happening apart from. What?
Bets, 375, 7 calls.
Another small one there for JP.
Actually, JP has all the chips. Wow, it's going back and forth and back and forth. I may have mentioned before that all the chips are on the other side of the table. AP Bistry Bake It, Joe Hickory.
Basically going to go there tomorrow morning before my flight then. Brisket.
Pies? Brisket.
Go to AP Bakery.
Brisket is so good. Slow cooked meat. Ever have a hungy before?
Pardon?
Ever had a hungy before?
A what?
A hungy. It's like a traditional meal where they dig in the ground and they cook all their food
No.
in New Zealand.
You?
Yeah, of course I have. It's absolutely beautiful.
7 calls. What's that?
10, Jack, King. Pocket nines, JP in front. Kid's got to keep putting it on. He's now got all the chips. Aggression, aggression, aggression.
All about patience, isn't it, Aiden?
Yeah.
Just waiting for that opportunity in heads up.
Yeah, it is. It is a patient game.
I'm sure if you hit a 7 or a 4 there could have been some more action, but not yet. Can't believe this. I can't believe this pie chat. So good.
Yeah.
It's going off. Everyone loves a pie.
I'd like to see what odds are. What's your odds on if, let's just say that JP wins the tournament and it's still not over. Chin Yon Chor has every opportunity to come back. These two online crushers going heads up. But what do you say, guys? What is it? We got 3-1 odds that JP is going to fire up and yell out with a haka, or it's not going to happen. Market's open. Market's open. Put your odds in the chat. 3 clubs, 2 clubs, queen of clubs. They're still talking about pies.
7 bets, 275, 3 folds.
Oh no, it's no.
I reckon he's touched his phone though the whole time,
Yeah.
JP, so he's probably going to open it and see a flood of messages
Yeah.
about, oh no, pies and huckers. We'll see.
Pies and huckers. We've started something, Lucy. The breed. Not happening. I feel it. I'm feeling it. I'm hopeful. This is big money. Both these boys deserve it. They've played great poker here in the Goliath.
3 fold.
80% of the chips are currently with JP. He's just got to seal it out. Sean Lawton says 0 chance he'll do it. Can someone in the chat please signify, as an Aussie, wanting to know the history of the New Zealand people, as an Aussie, what does the haka signify? In my eyes, is it a war cry? Can somebody honestly tell me nicely, and I'll repeat it to the people at home?
3 checks.
275.
7 bets, 275.
Okay, Wiramu says he can haka for himself if he wants to, as an acknowledgement to the organizer. And Carlos says it is a war cry. It kind of makes sense. Poker is a game of war. It is a game of strategy. The chips are the soldiers. Send them out. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the comments, and let's get back into the action. JP, he's 80% of the chip stack, 16 million, 6-3 suited, re-raising to 320K.
Seven calls.
We get a call.
Heads up.
6, 7, 5. Flowers everywhere.
Pretty even.
7 checks. 3 bets.
Thank you, Bree.
275.
Appreciate that. Marry War Dance or a challenge.
This could be the hand.
7 calls. Heads up.
A lot of turn cards. Yeah, gets it all in. Oh, well, he's hit a flush now.
Oh, yeah, he's
Shin
got
Yo
the
Chan.
babiest of flushes. You know what? There's a chance there for a forward come out, straight flush. Low one. The six other flush cards with the clubs.
He checks behind. That's not surprising.
3 checks. Heads up.
Ace on the river.
Pocket twos for the win. Havania has called.
7 checks.
Oh my god.
He just fires, doesn't he?
7 calls.
Oh, he's going to call. Oh no.
He makes the call?
No.
Flush.
He didn't.
He's made the call.
He did.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I
load
did.
your tape sets up. Dave Doblin, Slice of Heaven.
Wait.
Well, no. The cards
No,
have
he
gone
didn't.
face up.
No, he didn't.
No, he hasn't made the call. He's just showed the hand. The dealer
Yeah,
has made
I was
me
gonna
feel
say,
like,
that makes
with
no
the
sense.
positioning of the cards, that we had it all in.
You just scared me there.
I know, but I got excited.
My shoulders are sore. I need a massage.
Small blind Legoman and 160 call. The other 80, it's 160. Raise. 7 raise, 320. 3 calls. Heads up.
3, queen.
3 checks.
Dead flop.
Dead flop. Air versus air.
7 bets,
We get a check
275.
back. It's a paired board with a 3. I think JP would be setting his. No, he's not going to bet the set. He might be semi-bluffing the flush draw. Maybe there's a call or even a raise coming here. I'd like to see either. 3 bet. There it is, 125.
25,000.
Yes, JP, this for you. I like that play, sir.
You just joined us. Heads up here in the Goliath. The boys have done a deal. They're playing for 15K essentially. And also the glory of the trophy, the title, and the ring. Good mates. Both fabulous online players as well.
The chat's on fire with Pie Chat, Haka Chat. Lucy's ready for a champion.
Aiden is too.
Yeah.
We've spent some long hours here in the commentary booth, haven't we? We've had we do some interchange here and there, but yeah, it's a grind just as much as the poker is for the players.
100%. Crab Abernathy in the chat says, as an Aussie, love watching the haka. I understand the haka and is usually an intimidation war dance done before a battle. So maybe he could do it before the final table, not as a celebration. Appreciate that.
7 raise, 320,000.
Ace King suited in the big blind.
Rocks up, big slick.
Massive, massive.
3 re-raise, 1 million. 7 call.
Come on, make a play.
She's so
I feel like they've been really any hands where they both have something. Like there's been maybe 1 or 2, and we've been close to an outcome, but it just hasn't quite happened yet, has it?
Yeah.
Been getting some pretty average cards in this heads up.
Yeah, JP is so aggressive. Get some words from Clint Eastwood, JP.
A6 off. No, nothing for turn.
Seven call. Seven checks. Three bets, 200,000. Seven folds. Seven raised, 320,000. Fold. That's your big blind that change.
JP just checked his phone there. What are the odds there was some sort of message?
Yeah, yeah. You shouldn't have done that, JP.
I think I saw a little smirk.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe.
Yeah.
All right, back to the grind.
8-5.
Three raised, 320,000.
Here we go. Heads up. We're going to a flop. 800k pot. 5, 2, 6.
So they've both hit the 5.
Yeah. JP's got kicker problems.
Come on, action.
Check.
Action.
Heads up.
Opportunities now for a 4. That's all I want to see, a chop.
Good check. Heads up.
Oh, two pair.
two
Two pair. JP's caught up.
Seven check.
250. I like 250. Maybe he doesn't want to do the 50. He'll just pick up 3 red chips.
Surely it's actually no, judging this.
1 million.
Judging this.
Oh, overbets.
He doesn't.
Yeah, big sizing.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, 100% Jamie Aiken, JP reading all the text about the haka. Exactly what Lucy was just saying before. Good laugh.
Probably doesn't want to win now, so he doesn't have to do it.
Oh, they don't. They're proud of it. There's no shame in doing the haka with their culture.
No, probably just.
Super proud.
No, of course. Don't do it. Poker rooms might be expensive.
True.
Three re-raised, 1 million.
Is Melrose a brand of some sort? Do you see the jumper, the green jumper? Is Melrose written on it? Maybe I'm showing my age, but it reminds me of that TV show, Melrose Place, 90210.
7 calls.
There's a place called Melrose Park in New South Wales. There's a place called Melrose Health, leading food store in Australia. It could be either of them. There's a product, Elrose product you can buy at Chemist Warehouse. Could be either of those three things. Really.
Chemist Warehouse. Make your face grouse.
3 bets, 700,000.
Ikura should do a Chinese dance. I have seen that at. I watched the opening ceremony of CPG, and amazing. They have all the girls come out, Chinese dancers, and they have like this situation, Lucy, where they have multiple cups, and it's like, I think it's alcohol, and they're sitting there in chairs like we are, and they hold the multiple cups and they waterfall into your mouth.
It's very cool.
Yeah, very cool. China Poker Games.
Matisse on the chats just said, how much are we playing for? Well, they've done a deal, so they're essentially playing for 15k, but first prize was around 110, second was around 90, so. Both the boys are good mates, they play online a lot, and yeah, that's just the best outcome for both of them. Just playing for the trophy in the ring.
Yeah. Our other host, Harvey Silver's just come into the room and given us an update. And this action is going to be close. Stay tuned and strap to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. JP is Chinese too.
What can't this guy? No, well, he knows how to do a Chinese dance. What can't this guy do? He's a haka and a Chinese dance.
Yeah.
He's so multi-talented. You know?
After all this chat about pies and dancing, I feel there's going to be a show after this heads up.
This guy, what can't he do?
Yeah.
You know what was gonna happen, right?
He'll be a good one to interview.
Yeah, he'll be
after
fantastic.
This, I'll be asking him all about this stuff.
Yeah, and you'll have to talk about his aunties and his all the cousins and all the people that have been shouting out to him.
So much to talk about.
Yeah.
Three raise, 320.
All in.
7 re-raise all in, 3 fold.
Yep.
Pocket fours here. For Yukia.
Raise, 320.
The fold. It's very much the heads up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Heads up vibes. Just
Maybe,
might get excited by pocket fours and then the opponent has something, but no.
Yeah.
More often than not, it doesn't happen.
Again, like I said, like all the money's at risk right now between these two, and the action can be slow from time to time. JP is current chip leader, having about 80% into Yukia. Both great plays. It could go back and forth. There you have it. Both boys are New Zealanders.
It's awesome.
Yep.
New Zealand.
Yep.
Maybe they can, yeah, both do the hockey.
Cuzzies come to crush. That's what they've done.
Yeah, no wonder they're friends then.
Yeah, no problem.
Poker's such a small world, and you know they live in a small country. It's like, of course they know each other.
Yeah. Is New Zealand bigger than Victoria?
God, I don't know.
I need to pee after this.
Yeah. Just wait for the break, 2 minutes.
I'd love to visit there one day.
Yeah, we can.
Pardon?
I'd love to visit there one day.
Yeah,
My
same.
mate Jack's on his way over there after this,
Yeah.
and he thinks it's an absolute beautiful country.
7-12.
Jamie goes, the hands have been average. Need some. I know, they have been. We were just saying that earlier.
Yeah.
They've just been really boring cards, really. Not much action. They're really getting a decent hand. So it's obviously very fun to commentate. But it'll all have to come to a head soon.
You know what? It's just going to make it feel good for the people at home.
A7, that's a great one. That's one of the best hands we've seen.
Yes. A7.
Come on, next time. Go up against A6.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I'm sure either of them can do it. Raise 320.
The things that make you excited at this point of the tournament.
Nah, 4-2 off.
Yes.
He's called it.
Heads up. Seven, there was a check?
Okay.
There was a check. Yeah. 7 checks.
Third
Yeah,
flop.
mid pair. He's going to take that down.
So 17 million to 3.6 million. So
And
Kia is the shortest stack by a long way.
And if you haven't seen it before, at this point, the dealer takes the cards, shuffles them all together, riffles, cuts, pitches, and the dealer button moves. I wonder, do the boys live close? Look at Akira, he's still grinding.
Is he actually there? Wait, is he playing
Yeah.
on his phone? Oh my god, can you do that? Obviously. I love that.
Yeah, look, the boys are just not allowed to be on, they're allowed to have their devices, to my belief. They're not allowed to be on a device whilst they have a hand in play. And they're certainly,
they always
they're
have a
certainly
hand
not
in
allowed to
play.
run any,
That's tough.
any streams.
Surely we'll be finishing an hour.
Yeah, exactly, Jamie. Enjoy the hands. I feel love in the chat. I love it how you guys keep throwing messages through. If you got any questions for us as well that you want us to answer, feel free to fire away. Oh, actually, we are going on a break. It looks like they're going to use the toilet.
Yeah, we'll be back shortly.
This is good because now they're going to read their messages and it's going to make it even more enjoyable. So stay tuned. It's only going to be 5 minutes, I believe, 5 minutes. We're going to cut to a quick ad break from our major sponsors. Hang with us here. Heads up, not long to go. Yes, welcome back. The boys have now got back to the table and they have been dealt their first cards.
Seven cold.
.9 left for Yuka. He's got a decent challenge in front of him as JP holds a commanding chip lead.
Three raise, 400,000. Seven calls. Heads up.
Going to a flop. 6, king, 8. 2 spades and a diamond.
Seven check. Three bets, 250.
Yuka's, he's got a piece here.
Seven calls. Heads up.
JP opens up. Possible straight.
Seven check.
Yuka's going to give him the free card. Will he take the check? He does. He does take the check. 7 on the river.
Heads up.
I've just been joined here by Harvey. Welcome, mate. How are we?
I am. You think we might be right at the pointy end of this?
We
now?
are, mate. We are. It's been quite exciting here. It's the boys are just absolutely, totally aggressive. We've been talking about pies from over in New Zealand. We're talking about the celebrations. They're both boys are from New Zealand.
Sevenfold.
And we're just getting to the pointy end of the Goliath, mate.
Yeah, it's been, I've been outside watching it actually. It's been fascinating to see these guys still working so hard considering they've already done a deal, but that's a beautiful trophy. It's just as pretty a ring that you're going to get for winning this, and it's still 15K, and more importantly, you get your name on the trophy, you get the title. So
100%, mate.
I'm not surprised they're still playing this hard.
They're super competitive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There is a lot of open-enders on the turn, and he did get there with a beautiful, nice, cheap check.
Tell you the other thing, which is probably the most important, they're really good mates.
Yes.
Bragging rights is probably more important than anything for them.
Yeah, they know each other. There's so much family in the chat.
Yep.
There was talk upon before. JP's mum has already won a tournament, running in the family.
Once we finish this one off, we'll have a bit of a break on the broadcast because there's a lot of formalities to come on this featured table, and then we're going to move a table from the grind over here to finish our night.
Yes, the absolute prestige grind. Sponsored by Nuno. And, mate, he always brings out the goods, especially in Brisbane. He always brings a supercar down.
No, you haven't seen one here yet, but anyway, I was going to say something, but I won't. Let me just say, I did jump out for dinner here instead of staying in the complex.
Oh, you went and visited.
That was an experience. Anyway, so
what did we have, Harvey?
We had a very quick burger. I got here back as quickly as I could. No, I'm only joking.
Well, JP's just picked up the flush draw with the turn of the jack.
No, I went down to a grill around the corner. It was, there's a few restaurants around here on top of the 11 that are inside the Bankstown Sports Club. There's lots and lots of choice outside.
The last time I came here, I did go outside for a bit of a stroll. Street food, shishas, just on the side.
Yep. You don't know Bankstown very well. By day, this is very heavily Vietnamese populated area, lots of cafes and fruit markets and
Lebanese.
And then, the Lebanese at night, it's, you know, just going out there, obviously all those, you know, Vietnamese stores are closed, and now it's a very, very Lebanese area, lots of, as you say, you know, kebab houses and shisha, and does transform. Okay, we've got all the cards in there now. It's a Queen 9 suited against an Ace 3 suited.
Here we go.
Exactly same card, I think. Or the Ace 4.
You want the same. Oh, yeah. Shit,
I might just turn up the table talk here.
Absolutely.
Nah, surely.
Of course, no way. You're going to be flop people.
Oh. All right, lots for everyone.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Can Chin catch one? Ooh, it's red, but it's not the right suit.
JP supporters yelling, hold, hold, hold. And
Queen of Diamond.
It does.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You have your 2023 Goliath champion, JP.
Congratulations, John.
There it is for everybody from New Zealand watching. He makes it, he gets there. Those two gentlemen are very good friends. I'm sure there'll be handshakes, payout cards, celebrations.
Great stuff, JP. Chip leader for so long in this event, and
there he is. He has just won the largest Goliath tournament in all of APT history.
And we follow him round as he probably heads straight to the cage to grab his cash.
Yeah.
Well done, JP. Hope you've enjoyed it, everyone. We'll have a bit of a break now.
Yes.
Joe Hasham there on the left was one of the interested spectators at the end.
Yeah.
And we'll be back. There will be a bit of a break. As I say, they'll have to move one of the tables from the grind over to this feature table. We'll let you know on the chat how long that's going to be, and we'll come back with that in a little while. Well done, Aiden. That was a lot of fun and a great tournament.
Appreciate it, Harvey. Coming in and finishing it off just like that. Both Hashams are there, so we're going to shoot to a short break, ladies and gentlemen.
It's easier. Push those two.
We'll let you know on the chat when we're back with some live picks for you.